Good. Oopsie. Hold on. Good morning. I forgot steps again. I'm doing this a lot recently. Good morning. Good morning, Fragment Ventures. Good morning, other turtles. Good morning. Yeah. Whew. Good morning, Fragment Ventures gets the first place trophy here. Enjoy it. Polish it. Put it on your shelf. All the good stuff, you know. And it's business review day. You're watching Tim Bodette's Indie Adventure. I'm Tim Bodette. This is my indie adventure. Right. I forgot that step. It's an important step. This morning, we're going to do accounting crap first. It really isn't the fun part of this review. I don't know. I do like a lot of the review, though. The review, the reflection, it's all good stuff. I can't imagine this not being 0, but we gotta double check it. Can't imagine that not being a 0. Because I do not think anyone has donated or anything. I usually get emails for that stuff. But we got to check it. We got to auth it. Where's my auth? Why can't you just auto-complete once I've typed in the correct numbers? Okay, balance. In and out are all zeros. Good. So 0. The rest of this is good because I did those numbers yesterday. Technically, this number is a little an unknown. No, that number should be good. Yes. Okay, because these are for all on April 1st. Going into April 1st, that's what they were. Right, okay, so we're off by a big factor. That's okay, because we haven't put any of our March income in. Yes, right. It's April. We put the March info in. Completely confused for a moment, but yeah, that's exactly what we do. It's still April. We haven't moved out of April yet. So this is going to be a bumpy business review, I can tell. Sure is. I'm sitting here like, did we do a monthly review last month? Where's March here? Yeah. Well, you gotta get April done before we can review April, so that doesn't work. This just in. Tim's business reviews review the month ahead. Now that would be something. That would be real good stuff there. Let's close some pages up here. There's a lot of stuff open. Don't need it all open, that's for sure. Okay, got some stuff closed. Now what are we gonna do? We're gonna go to my bank. One of these is my bank. Check. Yeah. Woo! Look at that drop off. That's a steep drop off. It's because we just bought a computer. Or at least all the components for the computer. I need to look at... Oh. I already deleted it, yeah. Okay, documents and data. Let's try that. Statement for this. That's what I wanted. Check. Okay, we'll do income first, I guess. I need also my personal stuff. Sorry, YouTube, you're gonna get under the radar all my chats. It's just gonna happen because I need the monitor space. Don't do it on purpose. Just don't have another monitor for YouTube chats yet. Yet. I don't know if there's going to be one. Ooh, I pulled out the win. That was a close win. Nailed it if you were watching the races. We're looking for income. There's no income over here. Income just goes through the other account always now. Pretty sure of it, but we do spend money from this account, that's for sure. Oh, there's income next month for this account because I got my IRS tax refund. Cha-ching! That's pretty awesome. Yeah, that's really awesome. Vaguely wondering about buying that direct drive wheel for sim racing. I am. That's March 3rd. And just get a quick one on this. There's no real history. March 20th. Gotcha. Good. Okay, so income is March 6th. That'd be 306. We got money from Patreon. There's a new patron. Thank you very much for joining. I need to send you some stuff. Payout. That went into biz checkings, and it was $67.78. Thank you, patrons. I appreciate it. Oh, that's right. It's about time we do this now. Okay, so that's 3/14. Pi Day. It was on Pi Day. Pi Day, I got 2 Twitch payouts. This one's definitely TBIA Twitch. I don't really know what to call this one. Racing Twitch. There it is. Yeah, that's exactly what we want. Racing Twitch. There we go. The Racing Twitch channel has made a little money. Its very first baby payout. Yes. Twitch payout. Twitch payout for trailing brakes. Racing channel. Both of them went into biz checkings because that's what money goes in. And this one was $203.79. Thank you, Turtles, very, very much. $50.70. It was only 70 cents over the payout limit, but hey, look at that. Yeah, that goes to the direct drive wheel and other sim racing equipment or things on the other channel. But, and because we got really lucky, I guess, March 29th, I also got a Steam payout. Steam payout, which was $106.12. Biz checkings. We're gonna fix this today, I think. $112.06, he said. Well, look, $106.12. Half dyslexic. Don't play with numbers wrong. It will make your life a miserable, miserable hell thereafter. Okay. This shall be orange because we got to go deal with it still. And we're also going to deal with these. Copy, pasta, copy, pasta. Accelerate winter Wait, winter? We're not doing winter. Hold on a moment. We messed that one up. Tracker 2023, please. Income. I think I just copied it right here. And yeah, we need to go with accelerate North Pole and tropics. Just copy these. Bring them over. Paste. Paste values only. Paste. Values only. Boom. Okay. There you go. So currently we haven't broke those down. These 3 zeros will be non-zeros and add up to the 106. The 106 is the actual, this will wind up being 0 and whatever, because that way we can break it down per project. In here we want to make sure that these are accelerate North Pole, accelerate tropics. Accelerate North Pole, accelerate tropics. Good. That's how we want those. That way when I split them up, the appropriate funds go to the appropriate projects. Okay. That's all the income. $438.28. No, it's not all of our income, actually. Ah, good. Insert to above. Ah, phew. Whew. Good. There's a little bit more money coming in. 2024, 0320. I know the state already by my heart, effectively. It's interest. Goes into the Tire Bytes account because... what are you doing? Reset. Savings, interest, gained. Checkings, interest, gained. This one goes into checkings. This one goes into savings. Now I go do math. Let's go do the math. I believe we have a sheet for this math now. Bank interest, check. Okay, checking's interest is 1 penny. Woo! Getting rich there. Savings interest is... not the number before. It's this number. Man, I wish you were up that high. Hell yeah, this down this low because of payday. Yeah, don't show again. We got this. And then after... and then displayed is 387. Okay. Actual income is 294.74. That feels lower than normal. Do we lower our interest rates? It's $300. I mean, I know our account is dropping as it does. Yeah, it's above $300. It's above $300. We dropped something like 20 bucks in one go. That feels sus. Already does have September, April, June, and November. Is it because February? Maybe it was because of February, and that's when we get the February payout? I mean, 20th to 20th, that would be fewer days because of the... yeah, it's probably because of February. Okay. Man, a couple days makes a big difference on that number, doesn't it? What did we just say? We just said we had 387.82. $387.82 with 9308 withheld. Turtles, you're quiet. I know this is not 9308 withheld. Whoa. Urjunes. Urjune's in with a sub. Thank you very much. How are you doing? Urjune's making it. Bringing in the support. 32 months of support. Resub. 32-month resub. What are we doing here? This one's a penny. I know this one's a penny. We can do that. That one's easy. 294.74. 294.74. Doing good, thanks. There you go. Okay, so now the total income is $723.14. That's a lot better. Wow, that's gonna be one of our better months. April's gonna look amazing though. I got my tax return, or at least half of it. We've got the federal tax return. It's gonna look amazing. What did we spend in April? Or not April, March. Sorry, started talking about the wrong month again. It's a wonder I can get through these things. Okay. 3. Spending money. 07. Money went out to DreamHost. Why? Ah, I already got the entry right here. What a good pass, Tim. So that's what you are. Okay, so that would have been for trailing breaks. Trailingbreaks.com and similar domains. This came out of our business checkings account and is for web hosting or domains. The amount was $57.97. On March 3rd, not March 3rd, March 10th, 2024, we paid Adobe. I should try making a deal with Adobe. Adobe subscription. Again, only Photoshop was used during this period of time. PS used only for notes. During that period of time, it came out of biz checkings. This would be for software. And it was $59.99 because yikes. And the last thing I spent money on, wow, that's it? If you ignore my cost of living, this was a positive month. Made a lot more in than out. If we ignore my cost of living paycheck thing. Kind of can't do that, but, you know. Gonna look at whatever we did last year for you. Expenses, note. Is accounting a thingy? I'm an accountant, and this, check. Accountant, tire bites, Pasta, come out of biz checkings. He didn't seem to have a problem with it, I think. Legal professional fees. And that was $150. Ching out. The tax guy do his job. 270 bucks out. 700 and something bucks in. And of course, $1,250 to live. So all together we lost, call it 1,500 out. Approximately half. Spent twice as, it should be a no. Spent twice as much as came in. Oh, speaking of, we don't have that in here yet. That is a problem. We took that out on March 3rd. Insert a row above 2024-03-03. Personal withdrawal for living expenses. Everyone got their March questions ready? Came out of the savings. Was 1,250. Nope, this is not where we do that. Personal draw, $1,250. Cha-ching. Income per month, just shy of $750. Expenses. It's actually a pretty good line. We keep doing this. I think by May we're gonna have no expenses. It's in the data. If we just extrapolate that line a little bit, we'll have no expenses. And if we include the personal stuff, well, it might take a little longer, but we're only gonna have cost of living in May. Yeah. Cost of living doesn't look like it's changing. Which kind of blows, but hey, here's what it is. Okay. What did these look like historically for this? I felt like this year was, I remember you. Accelerate. Yeah, I did make accelerate. How's it going, Render Goblin? Welcome, welcome. In 2023, my average was looking this would be 500. We definitely want to keep ourselves above 700 here. I definitely want to try aiming. Really, if we could be hitting this mark, we're doing a little bit better because we're covering at least my living expenses. April is going to be a big. April's going to shoot way the hell up. April's going to blow this whole chart out of water because taxes came in. Your channel was one of my stops when I was considering Godot for my game on Steam. Neat. We're actually playing with Godot in my most recent project. This next week we're going to be learning and plowing on through and seeing how to work in it, and basically just fiddling with Godot and learning kind of the processes so that I can get some of the mistakes out from that before I Godot has some nice temptations for me for sure. I would typically be using my own engine. Why are you... Oh, green on top is what we want. Yes, green on top is what we want. Accelerate's not green on top. None of them are. What was Tim doing next? Tim's got the money in here now. Now we gotta copy the review and start doing the review. This is the good part. This is where it gets juicy. So, we are going to make a copy. I'm gonna keep it in 2024. 03 Indie Tavern. I still call my business reviews Indie Tavern. We are going to have an Indie Tavern episode with GB Games again. So, if you liked that last business review Sunday, we're doing it again. More of like an accountability thing. And we'll see how that goes. That's what I'm using right now, C++ OpenGL from scratch for my own game. I have to admit, some of the rendering foundations in Godot are alluring. Yep. March 2024. Let's make this big so we can read the thing. We'll write this at the end. I always do. So this is orange to say we haven't done it yet. And let's go put the numbers in. So our total business income was $723. 18 cents? I don't know. That's the numbers that's singing to me right now. Oh, I was off by 4 cents. Come on, that was good. 14 cents. Should trust my intuition a whole lot more these days, huh? Look at that. Where'd it go? 14 cents. I'm sorry, we got it wrong. That was all the income for all of the month. $700.23. $723.14. My expenses for the business. Business expenses were $267.96. $267.96. $267.96. I'm actually going to pop this out into its own window. Bring this one over here. So we make this. And then we'll just switch between the, I have multiple monitors. Let's use them. Let's use them. Do I ask, if I ask what sort of interest you have in Godot? Curiosity or serious production? I mean, I'm going to be making a game to bring to market, so I guess in that way serious production, but my interest is... My engine is is slugging things down a little bit too much. I'm collaborating with somebody, and the project's getting behind schedule for reasons, so I'm making the business choice to say, let's jump in Godot and run through it. And yes, I will exchange Godot and Godot and GODOT and Godoo and all kinds of other pronunciations for Godot. I think I settle mostly on Godot, but... I want another hot chocolate. It's good. It is good, turtles. Okay. That's that expenses. It would be really cool if you could just add up all the expenses. I mean, I can do that right here. We can just go click, click. And we've got 151796. Hey, we lowered it. 151716. For some reason, I don't think that was the number. 151796. It wasn't, but it wasn't as big as I thought it was. It's workflow stuff. I tried taking too big of a step before this project is effectively what it comes down to. Also, there's differences in this particular game in physics. It's not using a vehicle, and most of my physics work has been, because I'm making racing games, most of my physics work has been specific to vehicles, not like random player controllers, and this one requires a bit more of a random player controller. So we ran into some bumps and bruises there, and instead of working on them, which I don't think is strictly moving things forward, there's a lot more information, or at least there should be. If you have any other questions that should be common in there, jump in. That also explains what we're going to be doing this next week. I'll be using Godot for Ludum Dare as well, which is this weekend. Not this weekend right now, but the one coming up. We're already in the middle of Sunday right now. So anyway, hours. How many hours has the Tim spent in whatever month this is? March. 128. Okay, that's more hours than February. It's not quite my 150 goal, but it's not bad either. 40 times 4 is 160. Yeah, we definitely need to pump it up a little. We're not even at full-time stats here. The hell is going on with my focus levels? 128.25. April's looking like it's gonna be poop. 128.25. Okay, total amount of money coming in. We already know this was $723.14. Now we're gonna look at where it came in from. Patreon is the same. Twitch is $254.49 total. $254.49 in total. Bank interest was lower. $294.75. Like $25 lower. $294.75. And we had games. Games had a payout. Steam. I usually call it my games. My games made $106.12. Boom. Okay, my expenses was 723. No, that was the total in. Idiot. Expenses was 267. Oh, we need the total number. 1517.96. Speaking of that number, take this number and this number, and you subtract them in the correct direction, which is positive minus the money we spent. You'll get a negative 79482. Negative 794. Negative 794. It was 82. Yeah, nailed it. Okay. $800 gone this month. Yeah, that's the runway dipping down. Okay, we paid $57. Looking for our expenses now. Help on YouTube says hi. Hi. $57.97 here. $57.97 here. Cost of living, and then legal fees is, so accounting taxes was $150. Appreciate my accountant. He likes good numbers. $150, even. Already got taxes included. All done. That's how things should be. You know? We didn't have any other expenses. There you go. 128 hours spent on various parts of the adventure. Let's go look at what we spent our time on this last month. For that, we need to set you to March. March hours per project. Snailed it, 83. Twitch has 20. Terabytes has 15. Okay. 83 hours working on snail prototyping, and engine/tech issues. We said 20 hours on Twitch streaming. Chatting with turtles. And 15 hours on business management, opportunities, Gabriel on YouTube asks, have you tried to get console licenses like PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo? And the answer is no. No, I has not, because my long-term dream project / goal is a racing simulator, and that will be on the that'll be on PC. So while there may or may not be an argument to put some of my games on the consoles, it's not strictly in the direction that I want to travel long term. So unless I have a very, very good, like if a game is selling well on Steam, we could probably say, hey, maybe worthwhile porting this over and taking the time to port it over and get it on other platforms, right? Like if a game is bringing enough money to say, let's go do that, we will probably do it, right? But just to put it on there as other release options, that takes a lot of time, and I'm trying to get to the end goal of my sim. Okay, previous goals. We should copy them from here now. Next month. These are my previous goals. How did we do? I haven't even been paying attention to them, so that doesn't sound good. Get wake-up routine completely on track. Oh. This has been pretty rough. This has been pretty rough, actually. I'll have a week where I wake up perfectly, where the wake-up routine is perfect, and the following week it falls apart again. For the most part, sleeping has not been, most part, enough sleep has not been the issue. Just waking in the morning. Just leave it right there. Go for a daily 15-minute walk. I doubt I actually got 20 walks in since making this goal. But I would say, I would say it has become part of my day when weather is cooperating. I skipped on rain days. Rain days are bad. Or bad snow. I did skip on those. Let's just go with I skipped on rain/snow days. I also felt good with other days. Cold was fine. I was good going out in cold. Actually, when the weather is cooperating. Let's do that. Check. Snailed it, prototype, or pivot? Well, we pivoted in some way. We're going to continue making snailed it, but we pivoted, snailed it, so got to figure out the forward path and either start running that direction or pivot to other ideas. Progress needs to be moving, else money is flying away. Failed to get snailed it prototype complete, but there has been a major pivot. Not onto another project, but instead of using my engine/tech stack, snailed it. We'll use Godot. Go do. Finish the taxes. Heck yeah. Taxes have been finished. Finished. Submitted, whatever it's called. Submitted and done. Fine, it doesn't like the word done. Accountant paid. And as of writing this report, this business review, April 7th. It is April 7th, right? Holy butt, it's already April 7th? Man, gotta make sure we remember that when we do our monthly reviews for April. It's already April 7th, so when we're setting up our goals and stuff, might need to go a little shorter than normal. How many weeks is left in April? Weeks left in April. 1, 2, 3, and a couple days. See, we don't have 1, 2, 3, 4 like you normally would. So we gotta remember that. Okay? Fewer days and months or fewer weeks in April. As of writing this business review, I've already received the federal refund. Woo! Government didn't think I made enough money, so they gave me a refund. Pitched to 3 different sponsorships. I don't know if I got to 3. Actually landed a sponsorship. Actually landed a sponsorship, so count this as a success. Even if I didn't and follow through with specific number of reach outs. That's a really terrible word to use. There's gotta be a better one. Reach outs. Yeah. Okay. Victories. Achievements. Achievement number 1. Got the taxes done. Got the taxes finished. Government doesn't think. Government felt bad and is giving me a refund for 2023. Woo! Okay. Yep, there's that. Landed a sponsorship. I'll talk more about this tomorrow for sure. Landed a sponsorship. To be announced in more detail Monday, April 8th. Found and fixed issue. No, this is not what we needed to do. What other things did we achieve in March? I went for walks. Yep, that was our goals, but we found and fixed several things wrong with the found and fixed several issues with physics. Still had several bumps. Got a few of them. Sorted out, or at least documented in some way. What questions do you guys have about March and or making games as an indie developer? Like indie game development as a career option. These are the things that I could answer during this, and actually your questions help me reflect and think on the month a little bit better, which is the objective of what we're doing right now. We're almost all the way through this. We're almost to the hard part where we're going to slow down a lot. However, your questions and thoughts are quite useful if you have them, so please share. Landed a sponsorship, found and fixed several issues with physics. I got out of the habit of using my dev reports again. I don't know why this habit is being so hard to maintain right now. We're going Dota 2. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Play tested a couple games. Okay, so then what other things do we achieve? I could put my walks in here. I did achieve my walks. I wouldn't say that I achieved all 20 of them. That definitely didn't happen as planned. Dota 2, you make games full-time, hobby, part-time? I do not. I'm a web dev. Do not fear, there's lots of web devs here. I'm not one of them. Currently learning C programming. Nice. Okay. Lessons learned. Might do some embedded stuff in 1 or 2 years kind of thing. Why wait 1 or 2 years? I'm guessing by embedded, you're talking about like, I think it's a Pi. I could be getting that name wrong. It's a little Raspberry Pi thingy, right? No, it's not a Pi. Pi is the actual computer. What's the other thing that I'm thinking of? So many reasons. You plug a bunch of things into it. Arduino. Yeah, there you go. Nailed it just before you said it. Arduino. There you go. Just grab one of those and start making things. I have a Raspberry Pi now. Just displays my schedule. Give me a second. I'm gonna take off this sweatshirt and then freeze to death. Actually, I'm also gonna get some more hot chocolate because hot chocolate's tasty. 1 second. Share stream. Feel free to ask questions. I'll read them and answer them. I promise. You can't just. What an idiot. I literally tried putting a cup of water in the microwave, shutting the door, and being like, the end. It'll cook itself. It just displays my schedule. Are you making revenue? Or are you making profit? There, 2 questions. I am making revenue. I'm not profitable. No. This particular month we lost $800. Because we've already gone through that little bit of it, but yeah, this particular month we lost $800 down, basically. Technically it was $794.82, but would investment help? I'm not seeking investment. I mean, if my runway lowers itself to like we're getting scared levels, then maybe I would start seeking other options, but right now I'm not seeking to give control of my my stuff in any way. I thought you could use money to hire another dev or something. I mean, with enough investment, I could do that, but yeah. I'd like to find a way to just be able to float on my own and keep covering expenses, which I am covering expenses for the most part, but I need to start floating on my own. Be right back. Gonna get that hot chocolate. That's a list of the previous goals and what happened with them. If you have any questions there, maybe. Don't know. Oh, we didn't get the hot chocolate thing out. Right. Oh, there's so few packs left. We're almost out of hot chocolate. Share stream number 2. Hold on. Just gonna stir this up. I'll be right back. I heard the chat message. Hello, if you just said hello. Give me a quick second to get the bulk of this stirred in. And I'll answer a question if it was a question. Okay, here we go. That's the bulk. Too hot to drink right now, that's for sure. Ooh. Hot chocolate is hot. How did you increase your revenue from what it was before? What do you mean increase my revenue from what it was before? As a Twitch streamer and getting the game sales here and there and other things influencing things, revenue is bumpy. You'll have good months and bad months. Overall, 2023 was worse than 2022 by a non-insignificant amount. We'll see what happens in 2024, but still early days. Hopefully, Snailed It will take off a bit, and yeah. I'm also trying to get into more sponsorship things, which I'll talk about a little bit tomorrow. So that has a potential to make some money. That kind of depends on all of you guys, and we'll see what happens. I'm excited about it. It's at least saved me a little bit from a couple things, but I'll dive deeper onto that one tomorrow when it's time to. Ads starting. Cool. I love ads. Please ignore the 3 minutes of ads. Take a break, stand up, stretch, grab a snack, all the good stuff. I'll be here when you get back. That I promise. You know, bearing anything like a disaster or something happening. I did go through an earthquake the other day. Was that Friday? Friday was earthquake day? I don't remember which earthquake day was, but okay. Lessons learned. Swear I had a lesson there. I knew I was going to forget it. It was something about pivoting to Godot, or at least I believe it was something along the lines of pivoting to Godot. What new lessons did we learn this month? Shake doing the prototype in Godot, parallel turn up a real-time saver as in open that door with no risk. I would say it still had risk. Why would you say no risk? Like, had you started from 0 now in Godot? You'd still be a ways off working a working prototype. Yes. Don't self-host version control to ruse issues. Would be ironic though, consider GitHub was down again. So letting Shake run with it turned out to be a good idea. I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily a lesson learned, I guess. At least I'm not seeing it as a lesson. That's just a collaborating thing. It's not like I was saying, no, we shouldn't work on that. Which I feel would be a lesson. Would be ironic, though. Don't self-host version control. I don't think there was anything wrong with self-hosting version control. I think the issues that we're dealing with my self-hosted version control is the way I was doing it. Realize this is less a thing in game dev, but how long to release an alpha version of a game? Depends on the game, depends on the developer, depends on the scope of the game, and all kinds of other variables. A week, 2 months, 2 years, all kinds of variety in there. How long is a piece of string is kind of the thing coming to my mind right now. Early access it forever, that seems to be a thing. Don't know why it's a thing, but it does seem to be a thing. Lessons learned. I've heard that piece of string analogy so often lately. Previous goals. Failed to get Snowda prototype complete. That was a major... expected, though. Just gotta work on it in Godot and add up with some movement. Some movement. Player movement. There has been a major pivot. To use Godot for the Snaillit project instead of using my engine tech stack. I did try scanning the other page, but that didn't work because of reasons. So let's try it here. Not a bad idea. I reviewed Fixel rather, object state, market research, play tested that. Had some conversations. We started updating the development report. That was the last time we touched that. Bought an alarm clock. Ooh, that's a lesson learned. And not really one on the, not really one on like business stuff, but I would say I am loving the alarm clock. Can't say it's strictly helping me actually get up in the morning, but it is helping my eyes just be adjusted and ready to go. What's your dev role pie chart look like for time? Maybe left's in around pivoting at the right time, too early, too late. Costs. I believe I had a lesson there in my head. I had one last night, and I don't remember what the hell it was. I should have written it down. Lesson learned, maybe about just relaxing and adopting the new Godot ways. As in, allowing the project to just shift over to Godot. 100 hours, 20 on... 80 hours on Snaillit stuff, including the investigation and fixing engine stuff related to it. 20 hours on Twitch stuff like the Pizza Friday and other discussions and randomness, and then 15 hours on business stuff, reviews, reaching out to sponsors and such. I already know this off the top of my head because we just did it. I meant overall. Yeah. Just nailed it. Groggy brain. Settings. Ah, we tried. Ooh, that's a achievement. There. Found something that we hadn't found before. setup and trying to stream, simulcast stream. Now set up to stream to VAA to both Twitch and YouTube. This is a monthly review, so that's really all we're going to be looking at right this particular moment. We don't really have quarter review or quarter ways to split the thing up into quarters, but we could look at it for the whole year. Not for the last 12 months, but for the year in whole. Now set up to stream TBAA to both Twitch and YouTube. And still figuring that out. So measuring, I don't know if measuring is the right word. Still figuring out if it's worthwhile. If it is worthwhile. Don't know yet. Still figuring things out. Let's go. Still figuring things out. I mean, I'm all set up, but that's there. A lesson learned on that. It wasn't that hard to set up. I knew YouTube wouldn't be like an instant hit. We're gonna have to let it cook for a while to see if it is. It's hard to pay attention to that chat. It only, like, a chat message comes in once an hour at best, and we don't have the bot hooked up to it, but I don't want to do the bot work until we know that we're going to stick with it for a long term and blah, 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 blah. Maybe one about the iRacing tools being more fully featured than expected. Mentioned something about adding value elsewhere in Telemetry Buddy. Yeah, I'd love to have Telemetry Buddy be able to be there for the racer as well as the stream. That is definitely something good in there. Coding standards, different workflow. I mean, I found a way to do my batching thing. It was just, yeah, as you said, a pain in the butt initially. I think a little bit is I might need to try stopping the advice and backseating. I think that's part of what gets me frustrated. This is something I reflected on yesterday. I don't know if that's true or not. It could just be that I get frustrated even doing it on my own. But there's a little bit of just telling me what buttons to press doesn't help me figure out in a way that I'm used to figuring it out. So if somebody is starting to tell me, press this button, then that one, then this one, and I start halfway through that process, that's not necessarily teaching me something. It's just telling me to go there, there, and there, and that doesn't help. And I think that's part of what leads me into my frustrated state is I can't think for what I'm trying to do. I'm just doing. It's worth a try anyway. I don't know. Maybe I'll get just as frustrated when I can't do it on my own, because that's going to be a thing too. I definitely don't reach for Google as quickly as I should. Backseating for when I'm learning on, when I'm learning something like what we've been experiencing with Godot. Coding in general is not great content for Twitch. Okay. It's basically what this stream is built around, but yeah. It's more of a, yeah. Backseaters could definitely write more fully formed advice. That's definitely something too. You have a bunch of other content that isn't strictly coding. I would say my best streams tend to be when I'm coding. The business review can get peaky because people are interested in the adventure and transparency of it. But some of my best streams have certainly been when I'm coding in good spirits and on something that I think people can relate to a little bit. As in when I'm coding my physics engine, that's been hit or miss, very much hit or miss. I can lose all the audience there, but I don't have any real good examples of when I do this, the crowd comes out. Bring out JavaScript. JavaScript has brought the crowd out a couple times. But that goes back into the Tim gets frustrated because Tim doesn't know JavaScript and web development all that well, but everyone else jumps in and throws their opinions on top. Okay, I think Simon has got something with the iRacing. Telemetry buddy has solid competition. The original project direction was a trainer to let drivers find and focus, find mistakes and focus on their improvement. Improvements. These days, Garage 61. VRS used to be the only real competitor. But these days, Garage 61 is really moving bars. Setting the bar, lifting the bar, that's better. And I overlay with both streamer overlays and driver specific overlays is a neat feature. Very neat feature. Let's go with a very neat feature, but there's not enough space for it. I'm gonna try this one, and I don't know if it's true or not. Plausible. Backseat development is frustrating. Learning in general, learning new things in general can increase frustration. This slows down flow. It takes longer to do simple things when you don't know them. It just is. You don't know specifics. Let's leave it as specifics, because I don't want to say when you don't know how. I might know how to do something in the specific manner, But then on Godot, it was like, I don't know how to do it with Godot. Backseating is different than pair programming, though. Yeah, pair programming is definitely different. I did think a Shake Soda voice call would have helped, or the joint stream thing you sometimes do, since they... I agree that the Twitch chat thing is also there as well, but I really think it's just... my mind shuts off in those moments, and I'm not actually learning. I'm just following the instructions. It's what I felt when going through it. It was like, I'm not actually doing this to explore Godot. It was like, I'm trying to do that, and then, yeah, definitely some piecemeal. There was definitely like a, let me wait for that next response. So I would say you are correct. Having a voice call would be a better version of it if we are to do it that way. But I also think it might be more worth it just to be like, I'm going to be slow. It's going to take me a bit to figure out the buttons, but I need to figure out the buttons. Like, I'm not going to remember anything that really happened in that process because I didn't... It's what I was reflecting on yesterday. It just... I don't think that flow works that well. It's not the way my brain grasps things. As much as I hate going through the struggle, I tend to grasp things better on the other side, having taken the struggle. It takes longer to do things, but even... How's it going, Relthuska? Good morning. Be rare I tell you directly what to type, for example. But then add in streaming and the desire to keep things moving. And finally, chat giving advice, sometimes conflicting. No, the built-in car being funky definitely didn't help. Whew, you are indeed correct with that, Cybergunk. Will be interested when you get more regular parts of the games, yes. Plus, we all have Google, so you versus 10 of us makes you feel like an idiot for not knowing something, as someone always knows the answer in chat, yes. From a chatting point of view, the code is the easiest thing to comment on. Real Thusga, thank you for the 3 subs. Thank you very, very much for that support. We don't have that good. Didn't want to be lying there in case we were. Real Thusga. 3 gifted subs. Sometimes contradicting. Other times, possibly just can put me in a follow along mode where I stop thinking critically. This is the most important part that I think is what was actually happening to me. Maybe not with a vehicle. A vehicle I was thinking critically and it was just not doing, I don't know. Their vehicle stuff needs a little bit more time to cook. Where I stop thinking critically and spiral. I stop thinking critically. Let's just leave it there. What else could we pick apart? Pivoting early is good? Lessons learned. My tech needs... Yeah. I feel like there's something around that pivot. I don't know what it is yet. My tech needs more time to cook. It's the way Shake Soda's been wording it, and I really like that idea. I'm not happy with my choice to swap. I'm not. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's not something I'm doing for me, but it is something I think it's something I'm doing the right choice on. How to find that lesson earlier would be the one, I guess. I'm doing this because I'm collaborating with Shake Soda, and not because Shake Soda's pushing me to do it, but because I'm collaborating with Shake Soda. If I wasn't, I'd push this project another 2 months and then start it thereafter. Things had time to cook. That's exactly what I would do if it were just me. But I want to continue working with Shake Soda, and I feel like this is the best thing for the project to continue moving on its own timeline. Keeps nailed it. Tim just mentioned in an internal 2 further months. I don't think it would change anything. Sounds like the time to pivot for you is 2 months away still. I don't think I'd be pivoting. I mean, okay, I might have pivoted from... There's like 3 different things going on. Shake is definitely pushing for I want to say non-vehicle, but with a snail, it's not vehicle motion. And I thought that some of the basic physics that we had were going to be good enough, but the direction the game took is not going to work with basic movements. That's why my physics system isn't up to snuff. It's where some of the problems came. That was the last straw problems for me. The other problems were all known. All known, and I would continue dealing with them, and Shake was fine with dealing with them too. That would be the object component system stuff. Wonder if that's why prototyping was fine, as you bumped into physics things. Or as he... Yes, that's exactly what it's been. That is strictly what it's been, especially when we started trying to remake the Godot one in my engine. It became more clear. Not a game dev, but you have no choice but to write the physics engine. Well, there's plenty of choices to make. I want my physics engine. I wanted this game to be a test of the physics engine. To keep snailed it. To keep the snailed it, the timeline. I'm gonna go. Just trying to mention. No, I understand that. Just wondering the reasons behind it. The reason behind my physics engine is for my dream project, the racing simulator. I want to know what shortcomings and what things going into the physics engine are creating I need to find a really good way to word this, but effectively I want to know what shortcuts are used, what inaccuracies are added in order to make things run at real time, what I don't know how much you know about floating point numbers, but they're terrible. And I want to know really where the accuracies are falling apart. Is there a lesson that your engine is racing game focused, but intermediate games kind of hurt that goal? Yes, that's the actual legitimate reason why I swapped. It's because this nailed it isn't using a car. If Snailed It was using a car, we would have been working so much longer ago. Would have been no issue. Actually, when I first pitched Snailed It to Shake Soda, it was meant for a snail on a skateboard. The skateboard was going to be using a car-like system. That's what I had in my head. Snail on skateboard, skateboard rides around. That's how it was going to work. The idea snowballs. It's just a thing. As someone who loves tackling dream projects that are basically kaijus in size, I'm gonna guess that's huge in size. I respect the hustle. Yeah, you gotta use fluff factor for all your comparisons. Hustle is awesome to watch, indeed. To keep Snailed It, keep the timeline Snailed It started with. We pivoted to Godot since the giant monsters. Thank you for sharing. That would make it, yeah. I had it good. Giant. Big, huge. Monsters I could see too. Yep, there you go. Godot since node component, animation, and the physics. What's the name for that fluff factor? It's escaping me. Usually something along the line of epsilons, but it's not strictly an epsilon. That's the one. I did figure that's what you were thinking of. Is it possible to do a game that is almost entirely based on the physics engine, or yet another idea? I want to give Snailed It its shot, because I think it does have a good shot, but well, obviously Pacific Rim just made it onto Tim's watch list, right? Pacific Rim? This is my role at work, suggesting dumb ideas. And the physics bumps. That's a movie. It's okay. If it's on Amazon Prime, I might give it a watch. Giant robots, in the sea movie. I watched, what the hell did I start watching yesterday and finished? It was on Amazon Prime. I don't know if it's an original or not, but anyone seen The Booth at the End? It's definitely not like mind-blowing. But it's not. They definitely had a small budget. It's just insanely. It's blowing my mind right now, and I really want to talk about it, but I can't. I want to talk about it with somebody that's seen it. So The Booth at the End. That was the show I watched last night. I watched both seasons. There's 5 episodes, 20 minutes an episode, 20-ish, less than half an hour. Oh man, I watched Guardians of the Galaxy 3 yesterday. I went into it expecting some popcorn, but sat there crying in a third of the film. I don't think I've seen that one, so I shouldn't laugh, because I probably would too. Yep. I never cry. Would attend if it made me cry. Yep. Okay, animation. The physics bumps. Oops. Start with the, we pivoted to Godot since we're taking time. The physics are going a different direction than vehicle/racing. Well, not really racing. Vehicle physics. the vehicles. So not... felt maybe less worth the time. Less worthwhile for the time spent. Let's just go for time spent. Okay, so there is definitely more to talk about here. Get it working. No, time spent. It's definitely a thing. Physics modes were taking me. The physics were going in a different direction than the vehicles. And it felt less worthwhile the time spent. It's not time spent. It wasn't... No, it's a future tense thing. This is actually important. How do we put the word future? Ah, there you go. Of the future time spent. There you go. Got it. Finally. I had something else I was going to go in there. Let me scan these comments again. Are you hiring? Sounds like a job for me. I like that one, DeCito. You guys have no idea how hard it is to, like, throw my emotions away or ignore the emotions, or what the hell is it called? It's like I'm doing my business review for March 2024. Trying to go over the lessons learned. Suppress the rage. It's not rage, but how to be objective. I mean, I made the choice within 3 days of really thinking about it, but it's like, I know I don't want to do this. I'm going to do it anyway because it's the right business choice, and I can see clearly it's the right choice for this particular project. The other choices is probably to let Snailed It slide off on its own, maybe let Shake Soda take it in whatever direction Shake Soda wants to take it. That was the other choice there. I think Snailed It has something going for it, and I think collaborating with Shake Soda is the way to go with it. But if I'm upset, it takes like a month to cool down. Interesting, it didn't like that specific word. Didn't like that specific word. I've seen a few people IRL let their preferences guide things rather than the whole business needs. This seems like the best decision for business. I believe that wholeheartedly. I am still struggling a little bit with it, and I'm not going to hide that fact either. I'm also going to do my best to ignore that little fact of maybe it's pride, maybe it's something else, but it's not going to get in my way. We'll get back to my engine and tech when it makes sense to get back to the engine and tech. But right now, it's not the time. Yep. I'm just waiting for the questions already. Why did you abandon Godot? Why are you back to your own engine? I mean, we're not even over the... You're using Godot? We got at least 2 more months of when did you switch to Godot? Yeah. Certainly easy to figure out when angry. Wait. When did you switch to Godot? Snailed Go. We're going to be learning Godot. We're going to learn Godot over the course of this next week. And then thereafter, Ludum Dare, we're going to jump into Snailed It on Godot and make things happen. You can read more about the plan on that little link I just sent. Physics engineering can be different. Even if I'm not thrilled. So big games, when do they choose their own engine versus Godot, or is that like way too big of a question? Are you going to use GDScript or something cooler like GD extensions or the Rust bindings? We're using GDScript because it's basically I feel it's the first class support. It's what Godot was built with originally or such, which to me basically means it's going to be the most well supported and the most the one that should have the least bumps, even if I need to scream at the language a few times. Maybe your physics turns into a GD native extension. I have, honestly, given at least this much thought. It really hasn't been that much yet, but about this much thought so far to maybe taking time after Snailed It and doing some amount of work. I have no idea how long it would take to get Godot vehicle physics actually up to snuff and use my, use what knowledge I have and maybe make a name for myself by doing that. I don't know if it would actually work, but that has been a thought process. I want to be known as the guru for racing games. So, I don't know, maybe. Even though I'm not thrilled emotionally, I can see clearly this is the best business choice. There was a guy who made game engines in my chat before. He showed me some library he built. I don't remember the name of the specific engine he had developed. Box duty. Oh, okay, just game engines, not right. It's because lots of people make their own engine. Many people don't know about turtle brains. Some of you guys do, but this guy knew his stuff. He made money on it. Okay. Did this month meet my expectations? Nope, my hours are still beep. New in what sense? Well, he knew how to make money on it. That's what I learned. That was the sense I took away from it. My hours are still wonky. I'll get on track and then fall off track. I mean, people don't know turtle brains. Just know it exists. I haven't done any pushing of anything there. There's even a CMake template on GitHub for quick starting. GD native was deprecated as a 4 in favor of GD expansion, which, by the way, have a lot going on in terms of the UX. Yeah, we're using 4.2.1 right now. We might move to 4.3, as what Shake Soda was saying. Oh, you mean for like people to use it? Kind of. I don't know what I mean by people know turtle brains. It's more of a... It was more of a comment based on Dota had somebody join in with library / engine somebody built, and then they forgot that. And I'm basically saying that it's fine to have forgotten that because there's so many of them that they come and go. In fact, if I went into somebody's chat and started talking, hey, I built Turtle Brains, I would not expect them to remember it in an hour. Decided my boat physics. Decided to port my boat physics a few days ago once Tim started using it. May have to look into some of those features if I get it working. Yeah. It was an average month with finances. No. We're doing this one right. Expectations. The monthly expectations. So at 9 a.m., this is actually going way faster than normal, and I don't understand why. I mean, we haven't done the summary yet. That does take some of the time. And this reflection, the learning and reflections is usually the slowest part of this. But we're like cranking through here quickly. An hour and 10 minutes before Indie Tavern starts. I actually started porting my native C++ behavior tree implemented during my master's thesis to Godot. I had to abandon it in favor of finishing the project, but I recall having lots of fun with GD extensions. The thing is, I don't see them in the week, and I have done that several times. That's what usually. I think they're all deleted right now. Yeah, they're all deleted right now. I'll usually keep a note down here of lessons learned through the month when I learn them. That is something I usually do when they pop into my head, but they don't often pop into my head that clearly. Indie Tavern, it's back. Yes, we have GB Games. He joined us last month for Indie Tavern. That was his first, and he's got a definitely different time schedule and outlooks, which is part of the whole reason we do Indie Tavern, is to have the different viewpoints. But yeah, much less time available for his indie adventure. He has a full-time job. I mean, I started with my full-time job, but and yeah, he'll be our guest again this month and probably for the next few months at least. We'll see what goes on. I really do like doing that to bounce ideas off somebody else and just have a discussion about our month and what happened and accountability and all that good stuff. No, my hours are still wonky. I don't know what to do about this. Tomorrow is game reviews. Technically, last Monday should have been game reviews, but we probably will do game reviews tomorrow. Last Monday was the 1st. The first Monday of the month is the one that you're supposed to do them on. Yeah, I know. Trust me, I'm beating myself up enough about this stuff already. Vaguely considering paying lots of money to see if it's a mental health issue that I could, that I need to deal with, but I honestly don't really feel like it is. Oh, I now know my lesson. That's what got me there. Okay. How the hell are we gonna fit this in here? We gotta cut out a couple lines, guys. Yeah. This lesson is just gonna go live on here. That's gonna suck. I hate doing that. And that's what's gonna happen. That or we do this. Also don't like this idea either. That's what we're gonna do. Nope, that's not what we're gonna do, because you're gonna... Yeah, you should be here. Let's copy some crap. Perfect. Okay. That's what we'll do. This is my number one lesson, by the way. This is the one that popped into my head last night. Finally found it. And I would say it's probably the most important. Valley of Despair. This is the one that I should have written down, Simonot, because I came up with this one a while ago. Valley of Despair is a rail. That's a real thing. Applies to non-project stuff. Non-project stuff too. You guys haven't heard of the Valley of Despair. Often it's applied to your project where at first the project is new, so you get all the new shiny stuff and woo, it's all fun and easy, and it's like you're just climbing up a mountain and it's all great. And then you get to this peak where it starts being like, oh, we got like hard stuff to do, and it starts like building upon itself like, I'm never going to get this all done. And you get to the bottom of the valley where it's kind of like most people will give up. But if you keep on going, you'll start climbing up the other end. During my poker days, my biggest downswings I had the least confidence and the most learnings. It was weird. Yeah, you got to keep pushing through it. I've felt this in projects that last for 2 days. Like many of my Game Jam projects will have the Valley of Despair. Turbo Boom absolutely had a Valley of Despair. I don't know if Accelerate ever had one. I'd say Accelerate's Valley of Despair was after it. But I'd also say at least original Accelerates wasn't caused by Accelerate. It was other life. But I think right now, and I think since last May, June, I think I'm in the Valley of Despair for the whole adventure. And I just need to keep pressing on. And I think that is the cause of all of this stupid crap. And I need to keep pushing. I need to keep going. And the point of most money made, I had the most confidence and the least learnings. Right. Confidence can get in the way of learnings. I'm not saying strictly, but it can. By being confident in your choices already, you're a little less open-minded to change. Well, this got cold quick. $9K. What? That goal of hitting 10K resulted in my biggest downswing. But hey, wasn't even all or half of it. Nice. Anyway, Valley of Despair. Most projects will start off exciting before dipping to a low point with a number with overwhelming task lists, or feelings. Sure, just leave them as feelings. Even a 2-day game jam this has applied to 2-day game jam projects as well as 7-month Turbo Boom, etc. I think let's just go with as well as larger projects. As well as larger projects. I strongly believe I'm in the Valley of Despair for an indie career / adventure as a whole. Feeling overwhelmed. Stressed, sure. Feeling stressed and overwhelmed. Trying to get income high enough to be financially free. I'm going to keep using this term, financially free. I don't know if I'm using it correctly, but we have another line. Something, something. We do have this other line. Okay. Despair to be profitable times difficulty multiplier equals stress value. Desire even. Desire to be profitable. Yes. Yes, that is absolutely part of it. I have finally crunched the numbers as of yesterday. I did a lot of accounting yesterday. Your desire isn't that high, but the difficulty multiplier is through the roof. My desire to be break-even profitable is high. It's very high. My desire to make like loads and loads of money, like be massively profitable, not high. Yeah, what you're trying to do is very difficult. I fully understood it was difficult when I got into it. I knew it was difficult, but I had the first little wave to get me over this peak. And now I'm wondering if it's more difficult than I thought or not, but I'm completely unaware of how small game studios run. Often not strictly through game sales. But I crunched a whole bunch of numbers yesterday. I will share this without certain things. Let me sneak around for a moment. That's kind of the wrong one. Cool, it's not even going on top. You guys aren't seeing races? Oh, OBS, you're being a poop. Okay. You guys don't see races today. It's good to know. Got to restart OBS and all the good stuff. Anyway. Yeah, this is something I'll share. Without the numbers. This is basically just after I went full-time indie. And this is how much money we've lost in that period of time. The red line is the business. It is actually quite flat. Flatter than I would have anticipated. It is definitely sloped down. We are definitely losing over time. But we're coasting. We're floating. If we could just pull up ever so slightly, nose up, we would be there. This, by the way, is me buying the van. That's what this big bump is. That's Susie. I'm guessing this up bump right here is taxes. Would be about the time for taxes. This up bump too would be taxes. So we're probably gonna get another up bump over here because we got really good taxes this year. That was awesome. We got lucky. We didn't make as much money though, which is why we got more of a refund. Ideally, we want a little bit less of a refund because that means we made more money in the whole.
Yeah. It's just feeling impossible at this particular moment. Trying to find example studios. I'm in a Discord full of what I would call professional indie developers. I definitely can't share much of that Discord or anything, but um, I mean, I can't share any information from that Discord. But what's the goal for Susie as for now? Same goal. Build a little mini camper out of her. Goal not changed. Is that a we're gonna jump in and do that right now? No. That's gonna happen over time. Some of it may or may not be streamed, right? Like some things might get on stream and some things might be done off stream. Just a fun little project. I gotta build trust with Susie. Right now I don't trust Susie to drive me very far. She hasn't let me down. She's always got me from point A to point B without breaking down, so you know, I don't have a reason not to trust Susie, but it's a 1993 tiny little van. And when I say tiny little van, I really mean tiny. You guys have seen it. Some of you have anyway. If anyone has not seen it, I'll share pictures. Does the upcoming months feel more or less difficult than the last two? That's a good question. I actually had another question I should be asking in these. I like that. Hmm. I think I'm okay with the difficulty because of new everything. I'm obviously going to show some frustration as I'm learning Godot. That's going to happen. There will be times of frustration for sure. But I don't think that's necessarily going to be more difficult, especially than physics issues. If we were to do, if you were to compare it to me extending trophy brawlers, for instance, I would say it'll be on par. But Snailed It was going a different direction than most of my other games in things. Are you going to jump into Godot today as also? I don't think so. I think I'm going to do Indie Tavern and then I'm going to go racing. We have a race today. It's Sunday, and I'm trying to do those 3-hour races on Sunday. So we have a race at 1 p.m. my time. Endurance, 1 p.m. Starts at 3-hour race, 1 p.m. And I've got, oopsie, got to practice. Close the wrong window. Ford. No, it's going to be the Porsche. You're largely moving from engine dev to gameplay dev, which should be easier in theory. Kind of, yes. I think overall it will be easier. And the thing I'm going to put on easier is at least within the first week or so, we should have a balanced out, this is how we're making the game. And having a clear goalpost is something that I've been missing in this project for the last couple months, even though like I have a vague direction, but getting this to be a pointed direction would help my brain. I don't do good with vague. It's one of my weaknesses as far as the dev goes. There was a question that I really wanted to ask and answer during this review. I know who asked it to me, so let me go check that real quick. Fortunately, it was that. Oh, I meant to write this one down in that notes. Should have written this one down. Yep, I absolutely should have. What would be the question? Well, it would be something I can search. 311. 311 is still since after we've done a. Hmm. Nope. March 9th, March 4th. Yeah, now it's too late. Okay, that's too much. I know where the question was asked. I don't know what to search for. Did I say the word good? And can that even be something? Here, let me try scanning this through on my other monitor. That's going to help me a little bit because my neck is doing this. I'm scanning too fast. Let's search, first of all, search for the word good. Actually, let's go with question. Wow, 10 ads. I don't choose how many ads run. It's 3 minutes of ads per hour. Take a momentary break, just like regular TV. If Twitch offered me the ability to pay them $15 a month or something to get rid of my ads, I'd jump on that so fast. But they don't. Never see an ad for $15 a month. Like, not just me. Never share an ad from your stream. Yeah, I kind of can't either at this particular point, but it still pops up. It's not new. It's been years. Could be statistical question. Okay, so that's not doing it. Bots. I'm gonna have to ask GB Games when we're talking about, like, I mean, you can be mad about it, but why bring it up in chat? To make all of the chat mad about it. That way all rage and yep. I do actually make some money from the ads. I think it's like $30 a month or so. I'd give that up quite quickly to for the pain. It causes more pain to me than it does benefits. The number of times somebody is asking me a question, I start answering, and they're like, I'm in ads. Like, oh, cool, right? I mean, that's a little bit on me. There's a little thing up here that tells me when the ad's gonna run. So, I can't find this question. I know it was a good one. More smaller. Just don't remember what it was. It's not about the number of ads. It's about the time. They have time blocks. They could put 300 ads in the 3 minutes if they wished. You're probably not going to get much value from that, but it's not the number of ads. It's a time block. So you'll get 10 shorter ads versus 6 longer ones, right? And that's all random on their own little thing. Algorithms, I guess. Okay, I'm going to give up looking for this. I want to give up looking for this, but... Yep, we're going to give up looking for it. I'm stalling too much at this point. Let's keep it going. Yes, I can intentionally roll them if I take a break, and I try to time my breaks to approximately when the ads are going to start, roll them when I do it. I do my very best to make them as minimal impact as possible. I just don't take a break every hour. My hours are still wonky and fall off track. How's it going, Leak Geek? Good morning. Did this month move me closer to financial freedom? I would say its effects will be felt in April, probably. So maybe. But in the overall, no. There's something I could have done differently. This is close to the reflection question. It was a different one of these questions that was really, like, allowed me to see something differently. Anyone here going to the Google conference this year? I was talking to somebody who said they were going to a Google conference this year. I think it was while playing Rocket League. I'm finding it really hard to answer these questions now. They used to be easier to answer for some reason, but now it's like really hard. I don't know if Las Vegas is fun. Somebody would really have to sell it to me. I'm not sure I'd get it. But I also didn't like South Beach in Miami either, so... Yeah, a little bit American. Log the Valley of Despair? You'd like the restaurants in Vegas, Tim. I'm not a big foodie, Gavin. Probably be fine with them. Probably die at the price tags. Food is good there. Rich, creamy, or creamery, buttery, slopped on a steak. Thought you were? Thought I were a foodie? Price tags are fine when company pays. True story. Okay, so I know it was definitely before that. Can't do it. You do pizza every Friday. Not every Friday. I did pizza this last Friday. I mean, I enjoy cooking, but I'm not a foodie as far as like, let me try new things and all of, no. I tend to be, I've been to a few $1,000 meals in Vegas. By $1,000 meals, you mean by like the group. I've been there too, but not in Vegas. Yeah. He eats to live. Foodies live to eat. I do, in fact, eat to live. I never did this. This is something I really do wish I want to do. I want to focus on this month. Did we have a pitch sponsorship? We did this, good. This month I want to find a mentor. Find business mentor. Good indie dev with experience. Or score. To bounce ideas off and keep the ship afloat. That's the objective. Eat there every Wednesday. How are they going to help out, though? I'm going to go with a mentor with business aptitude to bounce ideas. And learn from. Sure. Let's go with that. And like, let's actually go with I'm going to get. Well, here's something we're going to do differently. Take a smaller step forward. And tech stack between projects. Use a different tech stack for a different tech stack. Different. I don't know if I should say already proven. But I'm going to go with already proven. I don't really know if Godot is in the already proven place or not, but it's definitely bigger and more proven than where my personal engine is at. So for the sake of this message, I think it applies. Use a different already proven tech stack for snailed it. And that's another lesson to learn, which is going to bump this off at this point, I can tell. And we're not going to allow that bump off. You have to figure that out. Yeah, I knew that was bumping off. Hello. We need to cut off at least a line. Applies to Game Jam projects. Game Jam and longer projects. Well, that's some word to remove. In the Valley, we added a word of despair for my indie career. Okay, just a little bit more. Feeling overwhelmed with trying to saved the line. There you go. Chopped it all up. We got the line. Now, not bad, huh? Wait, how did we get... Oh, right, we copied and pasted. So this is not... Oh, moron. We already have this as a lesson. I'm going to change the lesson a little bit, though, because I think, although this is right, it's not quite the lesson. Smaller steps make smaller changes in tech stack between projects. Physics are a different direction from vehicles. Less worthwhile. Not worthwhile. Spend time on right now. They should have either spent more time track builder should have either spent more time finishing track builder properly. I rushed. I made a much smaller step between projects. I'm not thrilled emotionally with Godot. Okay, there we go. That is definitely... We didn't even need to save that line now that we can find them here. We did good on our expenses this month. It's like 250 bucks out. 270 in actuality. It's less than $300 out, minus my cost of living. If I could somehow make my cost of living go away, I would say we're running a successful business here. That'd be cool. Okay, I think that is definitely something that I should do in the future. Take smaller steps forward on my tech stack, which I had been doing pretty well at for a long period. We had a potential... I'm sorry. We dropped some frames. I don't know what you last heard or anything, but we had the potential opportunity that kind of shifted timelines and made me rush a little bit. And we started collaborating with Shake Soda, or at least like bringing that as another pressure point. So I think I just wrapped up the node component stuff a little bit too quickly. We also added on the animation stuff for Snail specifically because Snail. And the physics were the unknown that popped up at last, where that's where I'm making this decision to pop off. Okay, next month. Okay, this is a goal of mine, but how the hell can we make it work? Because clearly just having the goal hasn't been helping me. Bought an alarm clock. The alarm clock's feeling good, but now I'm dealing with this mental thing where I'm absolutely awake enough to get up. But I'm on like this autopilot that puts me back in the bed. I don't know how to explain it. It's like my procrastination monster is not strong enough to actually say, get up right now. It did this morning. That was good. Good job, procrastination monster, or whatever. Whatever helped me. I did the one snooze thing and then I was up. That's my expectation in my mornings. That's my routine. Change from 6 to 7 for a month? I would change it on the other end. However, I found when I was going to bed at 9, I was actually waking up even harder than when I was going to bed at 10. 10:30. I have set a no Reddit/screen time beyond the TV. This is kind of hard because I use my iPad as a remote for the TV since Amazon Prime and all. I have set a no screen time after 9 o'clock. Period. Can't say I've been doing grand at that this last week, but I've also sleeping has not been my actual issue. Just the wake up. And as I said, it's not really even because I'm tired, it's I don't know, it's just an autopilot. It's just an easier thing to do. It's not, there's no good reason for it. I'm absolutely beating myself up over this and I need to stop doing that too, but okay, the goal itself is not working. This goal, continue. I want to continue this. This was going good. I'd like to make that a continue. Continue daily 15-minute march. Can't really put April here. That doesn't work. 15-minute walk outside. I didn't do no 20 days. And I'm going to go with regular. This is not a really good goal. Take a 15+ minute walk outside most days. Some fresh air. And take a break from anything tech related. Anything more tech related than no, even that. Sit inside one's own head. Okay. I continue that. We're gonna replace Hippo. Do we want to go through the whole Hippo replacement this month? Remember, we only have 3 weeks left. Ooh, we gotta be aware of that. We got 3 weeks, 21 days. Probably less than 21 days. Yeah, it's a couple more than 21 days. It's like 22 or 23 days. Anyway, we got 3 weeks. Find a mentor. Mm-hmm. We're going to learn Godot. What do you mean, what for? It's the number of days left in April. It is currently April 7th. Because this is the first Sunday in April. Crap. I just went, lost my thought. What was I gonna do? Find a mentor. Regular, oh, right. Godot. Skill building with Godot. And let him there. Make a simple gaming Godot the next week. Learn and get introduced. Get introduced. Learn about it learn about workflows and the how to use for production. Let's go with that. Use it for production. I'll be remaking part of Mechanic Heroes during this. Speaking of Mechanic Heroes, 29 reviews. That game looks brilliant. Plays pretty good. I'll say that in my search for Mechanic Heroes, I didn't see much that would have happened with marketing. So they likely dropped the ball on marketing. But oof. I feel like that game could and should have done a fair bit better than it did. And who's to say that they actually dropped the ball? Maybe things just didn't get produced for them. Just because you reach out to places doesn't mean you actually get articles and all the other stuff that would create some news and hype. Game idea. Drop the ball on purpose. It's a one-button game. You just hold the button down, and while you're holding the button, you're holding the ball. Your objective is to release the ball and drop it. Good morning, GB Games. Welcome, welcome. I had a question for you. If you happen to remember this. Oh, excuse me. I hope you do. I really hope you do. We were talking sometime during the month of March, I believe. It could have been very early April, and I just don't remember when, but I believe this was in Discord. We were talking, and you mentioned either some blog post post-mortem or something like that, and I said, ooh, that's a great question, and I want to add it to my monthly review process. Do you know what the question was? I mean, that's as specific as I've got. I'm looking for that question. Don't have any idea what the question was. I know I wanted it in this process. I believe I mentioned that, but I couldn't find it in Discord. Not offhand, but I'll search real quick. Carry on. Skill building. Make a simple game ago for a week. Learn how to use it for production. Then do Ludum Dare 55 in Godot for more experience building before getting. Okay, so let's say now we have 2 weeks left because that's going to take me a full week. So we got 2 weeks for Snailed It specifically. It's 2/3 of the available time. Oh, I'm ignoring YouTube again. Nobody has said anything in YouTube. YouTube, you're quiet. This is why you get ignored. There are a few people over there hanging out, but got some lurkers. I mean, there's nothing wrong with lurking. Shots fired, right? I need to make a little ding dong in my bot. Get bot reading YouTube messages so I can get a ding dong, and that will help a lot. But yeah, anyway, snailed prototype or pivot. Nope, we already did the pivot. No, I'm not doing that today. Today we're doing business review. After business review and after Indie Tavern, we're gonna jump over to. I mean, I'll look at what time it is, and if it seems like we can do something on Telemetry Buddy, we might, but I think we're going to jump straight into practice on for the 3-hour race. Snailed It prototyped. We're basically getting to prototyped. Use it for production and explore potential multiplayer development options and such. The tick you need to develop is when you hear the click, also glance at YouTube. I kind of been doing that, but what I need to do is develop another tick for YouTube specific, because Twitch chat can also get quiet from time to time. It's been doing pretty good today. It usually does do pretty decent during the business reviews. But there are definitely times when I've been more than an hour without a single message. I also need to make it so that the bot doesn't keep trying to talk when nobody else has talked for 20 minutes. The bot messages start adding up at that point, and that's just silly. Which I don't think really helps that scenario. So I think the bot needs to say, was I the last one to speak? If so, don't post another one. Find a mentor. Skill building with Godot. Snailed it. I don't think we're gonna finish, say, a level yet. What is a concrete goal we can have for Snailed It? We're gonna be getting Shake Soda much more on art specifics. been working on. I don't think the menu stuff is important yet. We're going to do a cleanup and get familiar with that particular project. That's for sure. That should be less than a week, but let's go ahead and overestimate, call that a week. So then what would be a week's worth of work in Snailed that we could do? Would that be... Okay, this is what we need to do. Snailed prototyped or pivot. Snailed networking, prototyped or pivot. Figure out whether Snailed will be multiplayer or single player with leaderboards. We will definitely have leaderboards. Like that's the minimal distance I'll allow that to go. Otherwise, we've lost everything for racing game there. Due to pivot into Godot, there isn't as much advantage to leverage multiplayer workloads as there as it is extremely valuable to the project. Just good value. That's what we need to figure out. Was it about risk management? The switch to Godot? Yes. I guess you could call it that. Risk management from multiple angles. No, what you wanted to track. Oh. It might have been. I remember you linked a post-mortem of some form. Yeah, it might have been what risks. What are your current risks? I might have been more specific than that, but mention it in IRC. Well, no wonder I didn't find it in. I don't got nothing for history in there. Damn. No wonder I didn't find it in Discord. Okay. I at least got the who I was talking about, right? It was probably a Steve Pavlina thing, and you mentioned it in IRC. Okay, what's the message above that? That was me. Yep, that is definitely me. What was my other message? Okay, is there the link to whatever it was? I can scan that real quick probably and figure out what I wanted to actually ask myself. I am an idiot for not having this. It definitely was something with risk management. Risk management. I don't know if we should put it in this one or reflection. There's something along the lines of like, what's the NFLD history? Oh, it basically like that was the last message you got. Steve Pavlina risk management. Let's try that. Oh, that's way too much Stuff on risky things. Okay, cool. I don't know the context enough to... I thought it was going to be a single thingy. Nope. This is not it at all. Okay, I'm going to go with what's my biggest risk for the moment. It's at least going to get us thinking in the right direction. I don't know where we want to go with this question. Achievement. Risks. Maybe it was what is the biggest risk of this last month? Whoa. Gotcha. Give me 1 second, Turtle. I'm reading a bunch of stuff. Is this showing me the whole thing, or is it... No, it's cut off. I see. Oh. I see. Discord, can't you just auto-wrap this so that I could actually read the damn messages? No. Okay, I don't know if I should share this or not, unless GB's fine with it being shared. I see a scroll bar. But yeah, that's for the sideways. I don't want to sit there and try scrolling up and down with that thingy. So, do you mind if I share it on stream? I don't think there's anything crazy in there, but it does involve you. So there's that. Go ahead. Check. Alt Z. It's not Alt Z. It is Alt Z. Okay, so this is almost certainly the link. Got 9 minutes. First step, failure rate is so high, be flexible. Once you go full time, you're no longer practice risk management. Keep a top 10 list. Aha, there you go. Boom. That's what it is. I don't know if I need the top 10, but prioritized list of the 10 greatest risks that could cause your business to fail. Okay. Risks. Whoa, Sunday stream. First Sunday of every month. Business review with Tim Bodette. Looking over the indie adventure. How's it going, Equivocator? Can you start identifying top 10 risks of why indie career might fail? Indie career or project might fail. Well, here. Run out of money. Number 1. Okay. Yep, there we go. Don't know what else there is to say there. Just print some more. Go to the store and buy games of Monopoly. before this happens. When? Okay, just found the critical strategy. Just go buy some games of Monopoly, you make money. Done. Okay. This is something I'm going to have to do a little bit after Indie Tavern. Also, this I'm going to have to do after Indie Tavern. It's great. 1 hour ago, my exact sentiment was, I am going way faster than normal. I'm going to have to kill some time in between this and Indie Tavern. Just as a quick aside, Indie Tavern starts in 5 minutes and we are not done. I mean, we are adding a whole new section, but next month, get the wake up routine completely on track. Terrible goal still. Good intent. Continue a 15-minute walk, find a mentor, skill building, and figure out if... Okay, so my goals are done. So the only thing I have left is that. GB Games is ready for whatchamacallit? Indie Tavern. That's the words, yep. Start streaming together. Backstage activity, okay. I need to... Set up a browser source, already did that part a long time ago. Need to add somebody. Requests, chat, invite a guest. There we go. Could you remember this? Nah. Enable stream together? Guests to stream together? Huh, interesting. Okay, I sent you an invite. I'm gonna need this on. Actually, let me take 5 here and run an ad real quick, and I'll be right back, and I'll get GB Games going too. Sound good? Here we go. Old Tim's place. I built a train. So my story was, as I was building this thing, I went to paint all of the braces, all the trussels. I was going to paint them black so they would pop out of the wall. And I still think that would be a great idea. But when I went to do it in here, I did it with some spray paint inside, and the overspray hit all of the linoleum. I had covered so much stuff with paper because I knew spray paint did this. I knew there's an overspray on spray paint. I wasn't that dumb. I had used spray paint plenty of times before. But I was like, okay, I'll cover the whole area with this paper and we'll be fine. And I'll just... Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. No, I wasn't fine. Thankfully, it was able to wash up. I was able to get some chemicals to get it off the linoleum. So thankfully I was able to deal with it, but holy poop. I only spray painted like, I don't know, 5 or 6 trestles just to see if it was going to work, right? I didn't do a lot of them, just to see if it was going to work and how much effort it would take. That's all I was doing at the moment. It's a good thing, because after I picked up from that moment, I was like, can't do this. So anyway, here's the train. Mind you, the camera is way heavier than whatever the train would be. Oh, we even get the wall of cans. We even get the wall of cans. And this area is scary. Sarah, baby Sarah even. That's baby Sarah.
Come on.
Wait for it, or we'll get the regulator came unplugged during the video. Oh, there it is. If you saw what you drove onto,
That's great.
so pay attention to how far out of the wall these things are. Like, this is what broke. All three of these just went clunk, and the whole thing, because the train has torque and it torques the whole track when you accelerate. And I just accelerated too fast because it wasn't working. Like, every now and then the electricity doesn't get there or something. I don't know. It needs more power. So I need to turn it all the way up, and it finally hit and went and just snapped the braces and everything went down.
Closer.
I don't know if that did anything for volumes. Ah, cool. I'm unmuted here. Hold on, guys. Okay, technical difficulties. We're getting there. Oop. Now no face. Test. Oh, that's way better. Yeah. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. I'm gonna jump us to Indie Tavern and all the good stuff then. Well, I hear your audio. Stream together. Already did that. Oh yeah. So you have my stream up? Are you on Windows on the other computer? No. Okay, never mind. Then can't help you. Your audio is coming in okay. Yes. Okay. I am going to switch us to this real quick. Of course. That all went out really well. Push this button. Hold on, guys. We got a guest over here. Beautiful. Flawless streaming right there.
There I am. Okay.
Totally professional. Here is GB Games. I have a real hard time with your name. Gianfranco, I think, is
John Franco. Yeah.
John Franco. See,
Yeah.
I always kill this. And yeah, so we're going to be just discussing our indie adventures, some of the goals that we had set for April, no, for March. I'm doing really bad with this today. So, like, I've done this like 14 times already, and how they went, what things we might have learned during March, and how we can improve in April, and what our April goals are going to be, so that when we look back on April next month, we can see how we did. We have different levels of engagement or time to be able to put into our adventures, and I'll let Gianfranco tell you about himself and his abilities there.
All right. And you nailed my name that time, so thank you.
Nice.
It's Italian. My parents gave it to me. Let's see. So I'm Gianfranco Berardi. I run GB Games LLC. I'm very, very part-time solo indie game developer, and I've been doing it for way too long. But I guess, where do I start? I guess last month was simultaneously unproductive, relatively, and also fruitful compared to the previous couple months.
Interesting.
And we'll dig into that, I guess, as this proceeds. But no, last month was kind of awful in terms of. So shortly after our last indie tavern,
Yep.
I had to prepare for my tax appointment with the CPA, and so I spent So keep in mind, I'm also I've mentioned I'm very, very part time. On a given week, my goal is to hit 7 hours of game development. And so some days I do maybe a couple of hours, and some days I do less than an hour. My goal is to try to hit that 7 hour mark as an improvement on previous years where my goal was 5 hours or 6 hours. And some weeks I do 10 hours of game development, and some I do not. And that first week in March, because I also have spreadsheets. The
We
first
found
week
a
of March,
spreadsheet developer.
yes, I got 45 minutes of game development done that week total, and part of that was because at the beginning of the week was spent doing the preparation for taxes. I always think I should print out my receipts and everything throughout the year so I don't have to do this, but I never do. So I ended up having a sleepless night where I was printing out a bunch of things and then double checking my finances against what actually was represented in my credit card accounts and things like that. And so we had our CPA appointment, and then I spent the rest of the week trying to catch up from having spent all my time on that and not doing things. Like every Monday I try to write a blog post as a development log, just saying, here's what I did last week. And along with that, I would have a video devlog to go with it. And I didn't get that video published, I think, until Thursday. Just because of catching up at everything. But my cat, my 21-year-old cat Gizmo, we finally made the decision to say goodbye to her because her health was, her baseline for health was dropping slowly for years. And it finally hit a point where it's like, I think if we don't say goodbye now, she's going to suffer needlessly. So I was a wreck for a while after that. And so, yeah, no productivity.
Yeah, that's very understandable.
Yeah. And so, after that, what was awkward was itch.io was having their spring sale, and I had a set of experiments I wanted to do for my games. So up until now, I've had a game where I sell it for $5.99, and I have it available on various stores, and I never put it on sale. Itch.io will have a gives you the option to do a reverse sale, so I can actually increase the price, and that's the only thing I've ever done. And so, and it turns out Apple and Google don't let you do that on their stores, so it's only Itch that lets me do the reverse sale. And what's interesting is that people actually have bought the game in the past, and so I thought, okay, well, I don't want to actually undercut my price. I have an issue with sales as a marketing thing. We've talked about that before, but I thought, okay, what I'll do, and I even announced this in my email newsletter, is I will tell everybody I'm planning on raising the price. So I doubled the price of the game, so that for this last spring sale for itch.io, I did a 50% off sale. And I said, this feels kind of gross. I said this to my newsletter subscribers, but the reason I'm doing it is because, it's possible that people don't see it because it's never on sale.
Mm-hmm.
And I hate that this is the case, but I was going to try this. So I will say that the entire time that I had this thing on sale, I simultaneously had I raised the prices across the board on the App Store and Google Play, and then did the sale across all stores. And that I've learned a few things. One, Google doesn't let you do a sale for longer than a few days, and that did not work for the length of the sale that I was trying to do on itch.io.
Right. It didn't match.
So that's something that they don't teach you in school. You just have to learn on the streets. And but yeah, there's some things that you just kind of like, I'm sure some people know this, and it's other people are just like, I had no idea that was a thing, and I was in the latter camp. But now I know. So I guess all that's to say, I did this sale. The spring sale coincided also with the anniversary of GB Games. So I thought, okay, let's have a birthday sale. So I created some art for that, saying, celebrate the birthday, 50% off this game. And, coinciding with the death of my cat and not being very productive, it was not my strongest effort to promote. But what I did end up doing, like I said, I had a series of experiments. One was doing that sale, so 50% off. And I don't think I saw a boost in any views across any of the stores as a result of it, which I think you said you didn't think it would work. And I said, yeah, I don't think so either, but let's see. And so confirmed, it does not boost views, which maybe was the case a long time ago, but I'm not sure.
I think it only works if your game is kind of already getting the eyeballs on it from other parts of the algorithm. And I think the algorithms will only give your games the eyeballs if effectively there's enough people on that platform already going there. Same kind of with YouTube and all the other algorithms out there for this type of stuff. Anyway, it's like getting the views gives you more. It's a multiplier once you've got there, not a automatic thing.
Yeah. So other experiments I tried were, besides that, I was going to actually invest in some advertising, and mainly because it's like, okay, so we've got this sale going on. Let me go ahead and throw some Facebook ads together. I have a Facebook page that I've been trying to be more active on, just to post things regularly. Every day I would have a post.
That's been something I've been very scared of, is running ads in general. I know we talked about this in Discord and all. I've always felt like to do it, you need to have loads of money to go. And I know from our talking that you didn't spend the loads of money, but no. I am curious to hear the results on how it worked out or such.
Yeah. So what I did was I actually created a series of ads. One was boosting the event I created on Facebook for the sale, which was kind of just a generic, people will presumably see this event that mentions that it's, my birthday sale, celebrate by getting this game 50% off.
Yep.
One was geared specifically towards Google Play, and one was geared towards the App Store. So I thought, okay, here's this generic thing that might forward people to itch.io, which is kind of the desktop place. So Linux, Mac, Windows, and then the App Store specific, and then Google Play specific. And so what's interesting is Facebook actually had options for that. Like you can actually, there was an ad format that's specifically for getting app installs, and you can specify which store. So I thought, okay, I'll throw, essentially like $30 towards this and $30 towards that. And the reason why I was using the small numbers is because I get almost no traffic for my Facebook page as it is. And so if I get, let's say a predicted, Facebook predicted 100 people to see this, and 17 people are going to install the app, which Facebook has no idea that I'm charging for anything because I don't know anything about the app. So I think those were optimistic numbers anyway. But it's like, let's say I do this and 100 people see it and one person actually buys it. I'm thinking, okay, well, I'll just, that might be the kind of thing to pursue and maybe figure out how to optimize.
Okay. So basically your target was one sale.
Well, it was more just to see whether or not it would actually attract anything, right? So even if I lost money on the deal, it would tell me if I target these keywords or if I target this demographic or whatever it was, then there is some interest enough to buy the game.
Right.
And if I can see that, then I would be able to build on that and say, let's double down, not necessarily spend money on the same ad, but maybe tweak it. And what I found is that Facebook this isn't the first time I've spent money on Facebook and found out that they don't do what they say they will. So you pay them, they say, we estimate that with this amount of money, we'll be able to show it to this many people. And last time I did ads, it was a single day experiment. Like, I want to throw an ad out there, and Facebook's like, you should do 3 days or 4 days at least. And that way, it'd be more effective. And I'm like, I don't want to spend money on multiple days if it doesn't work. So I'm going to do it for 1 day. And these are just small scale, relatively cheap experiments. Well, this time it was like, well, the sale is lasting for over a week, so I can afford to do it for a few days and see if that helps. And so I guess to make the story shorter, nothing worked. Nobody bought a game during the sale.
Right.
The fact that I was having a sale didn't seem to, like, I looked at the metrics for views on the App Store, for instance, and I did not see anything noticeably different in terms of how it looked the week prior. I didn't see, the ads showed that they showed it to a number of people. The fun thing was I said I want to spend $30 on the Google Play one, and Facebook's like, okay, we're going to do that, and then didn't actually show it to enough people to have me spend the full amount. And it was just like, this is weird. I would expect that they would actually do that, but I can't even pay Facebook to show it to people.
Right.
So that's Facebook. I think the next time if I experiment with ads, I'm going to go back to Google, which I haven't used in a long time. But I think even then I need to do some more deliberate research and keywords, which I haven't done in years. But this is the kind of stuff that I in terms of marketing, these is my goals for this year have been to kind of spend more time on SEO, or at least trying to figure out, like, how do I get people to just stumble upon my game in more places.
I'd love to hear some answers on that, please.
Well, because I don't want to do, my game's not a Steam game, right? I'm not making a game that would appeal to a Steam audience. So when I see most typical indie game marketing advice, it's like, do all this stuff for capsule art, do all this stuff for
it's all Steam specific
on Steam, and it's like it's kind of like. And I can't remember if I said this last time, but it's like, back in the day, you used to get a game development book, and everything was how to make a strategy game in DirectX, and everything was DirectX. Like, you couldn't find anything that was not specific to DirectX for some reason, and it was just really obnoxious because a lot of those books had this appendix that took up a third of the book that was basically an API reference for the DirectX that was available at that time, which of course even a year later is already obsolete.
Right.
So it was just obnoxious to see that. And then search engines are like that, where it's like, I wanted to find information on how to make a game about a specific kind of thing, and they're like, how to do this in Unity, and it's like, no, I don't want Unity. I want to know how to do this. So it's like that with marketing, where it's just everything's about Steam, and there's a lot of stuff I think that probably crosses over to general marketing. I just find it weird that most marketing advice is either super generic.
Yep.
That it's like it applies to any product or service, and so of course then doesn't really make direct sense to game development, or it is so specific to Steam that it's just like, well, what is everyone else supposed to do?
I've found
So,
that
yeah.
most of the marketing stuff I've looked at is effectively like what you're saying, just a large noise ratio to what you get for signal that you actually want. Like I found little bits of things that are super helpful in, how to research what games are like mine. You'll figure out like the actual tips of once you find the tags that are games similar to yours on Steam, and of course this is Steam specific, but that's my
Mhm.
personal target audience right now since I think my dream project is tailored for the PC, not Steam specific. And I do wonder if racing games themselves that I'm building need to be put elsewhere because I don't think Steam is really the place for them, but I don't have any other better place for them that I'm aware of. Um, so for now, I'm sticking with Steam until I find something that would be a better avenue. But in
Mhm.
finding those titles that are similar to yours, whether they're on Steam or not, once you find them, then doing searches for like a search of the game for like the time period that it came out can give you places that they contacted to do their own marketing. And that was kind of like an eye-opening thing. But I read so many things on marketing before I got to that point, and then it was like, oh, now this makes a lot more sense because I finally found the gem. And it's like those gems are. I don't know how I'd ever stumble upon it myself, and
Mhm.
and I don't know how to find more of them. But there's definitely got to be a whole lot more of them out there. Just there's too much fluff to sort through to be able to find them that you tend to miss them.
Yeah,
Um,
I keep thinking about with marketing. Most marketing advice is like if you find any generic marketing advice, it's usually like, oh, you're making a software as a service, or something like a utility.
yeah,
And it's like, so if you're going to do marketing for a utility, don't talk about what features you have, talk about the benefits.
right.
So things like that you can kind of apply to game development. But it's like, okay, so find your customer's pain point. I'm like, well, in games that means they're bored. Like, like I solve boredom.
I think
That's not
that's
a
what it means,
very,
but yeah, I
just like
haven't.
every other game. And
Yeah,
so what I think is interesting is like there are other industries like music and movies and books, where they don't have a single thing that you get once and solve your problem, right? It's not like a zip utility shareware thing from a long time ago. It's like, you know some people go to the movies and see tons of movies, or maybe only a handful of movies, but they go to the movies and they see movies. And people who play games similarly, like some people might have a giant backlog of games in Steam and GOG and everywhere. Um, and other people might just have like the one game that they play all the time.
right.
And, uh,
I
so
feel
there's a
like
variety of things like
more
that. But like,
people fall under they have one or two games that they play most often. I
yeah,
This is a general feeling that I get. Like I think a lot of people still have that backlog that you're talking about, but I also feel like maybe some of the variety streamers and such will be having a backlog to just keep cycling through games on their stream. And that might be a thing. But
mhm.
at least my own experience and experience from talking to other people, I don't know if they're truly players of like like what you're saying with they have a backlog that they're trying to get through. But it does tend to feel like they have their game that they play. And they will try other things, but they tend to return back to the one that was for them. Um,
Yeah. And
yeah,
this is when
it's
it's like kind of helpful to see there's like surveys, every so often. Like Game Developer Magazine, when it used to exist, had a regular survey. And I think the last time they had one officially, I remember finding out like, I think it was the median income for an indie game developer was something like $500.
woo.
Which at the time I was reading that, I'm like, and to be honest, today, I would love to make that much, because I'm not doing that currently. But they found that most people who were making money in indie games were actually doing so as contractors, working for someone to make a game, rather than like being the indie game developer who's
Yeah,
owning
I
everything
don't
and
think
makes
that's
the game.
changed at all. If anything, I would say it's
Right.
gotten a whole lot worse.
Yeah.
Just my hunch and intuition. I definitely considered the contract for other people type of angle, but I feel, at least for me, that I'll start doing that once my runway gets to, I wouldn't say like I need to go get a job right now levels, but
Mhm.
I would say a lot lower than what it is right now. Like I maybe if I have like a year left of runway, it's time to start saying, well, let's see if we can't start landing a contract to increase the runway while still doing something that I get to choose my projects on.
Yeah, my most lucrative year as an indie game developer was the year that I had a contract to work on a game for a family based out of Chicago, which at the time was just kind of this vanity project, I thought, and then it turned out they like doubled down on it and did this whole thing. But it was actually probably like on the order of like a year and a half or 2 years that
Wow.
I was working for them, and the influx of regular paychecks was nice, relative to what I had before, and that money still sits in my business accounts because I try not to spend that much. So basically,
Yeah.
what money comes out of that is usually paying for my hosting or, something like that needs a checking account as opposed to a credit card. But it's the kind of that's the kind of stuff where it's like I will use that money to try to invest back into my business.
Yeah.
But so far it just sits, and unfortunately, because it's a business account, it doesn't gain interest. So it feels kind of like it's every time it sits there and doesn't do anything for me, it's a waste. But it's still
Depending
there.
on the type of business you've got, I've talked to my accountant pretty well. I know you're US based, so I'm kind of confident in giving this advice, but there could be some state stuff too that I don't know. I know that with my accountant, he said that me having my like I have some of my money for my business in a personal account, but it's got the business use case on it. It's kind of like established that this is for the business, even though it's not in the business account right now. I think what he's meaning by that is when I put it into the business account, which I haven't needed to do just yet, it would kind of act as a personal investment at that point in time. And I'm still gaining the interest on the runway despite it. Its purpose is the business account. For all intents and purposes, I count it as business money, but it does live in a account that's making savings interest at least, because I don't think I could bear not doing it. That's actually a huge portion of what's kind of keeping my line from dropping like a rock, if I'm totally honest. Do you have the income, expenses, and time you had spent in March available, like as a off the top of your head?
I don't have any expenses specifically. One of the things because I'm part-time and most of my income actually comes from a day job.
Yeah.
I have that kind of I don't know what to call it. It's not a cushion. It's not a. It's the leeway of I don't need to worry about my business spending money because it's basically me paying for it, and then I just track it.
Yep.
And I don't have to worry about where that money is coming from right now. However, when it comes to tax time, that's when I pull up my expenses and everything, and I can say that I'm spending more than I'm making by a significant margin. But I will say, income-wise, this is not money that's entered into my bank account yet. So despite not actually making any sales during the sale, somebody bought my game at like the doubled price at the end of March. Just one day I noticed that I had So I'll say this: one of my other experiment was, what if I actually do an update for the game in the middle of the sale?
Okay, yep.
So I made a tweak. Mainly I updated the copyright, and there was maybe one other tiny fix or something. And so I bumped the version by a point release kind of thing, and I put it on itch. I put it for Windows, Mac, Linux. I did it in Google Play, and I did it in the App Store.
Yep.
And what I have been used to is that in Google Play, whenever I do a release of my game, there will be a series of 3 purchases that immediately ask for refunds. And I'm chalking that up to there must be some pirate website or something that encourages people to hey, there's a new release of this, and people just immediately go and get it to try to be the first one to upload or something. So they get it, and I don't do any kind of security things. I think there's some options for doing that in Google Play.
Right.
But,
I get what you're saying there.
Yeah. So I'm used to seeing that happen, and I did see one. There was one purchase and a refund immediately afterwards, but then there was one purchase that didn't ask for a refund, and I sat there and I'm like, this is exciting. I looked at it. I'm used to looking at the zip code and seeing oh, it's someone from somewhere I grew up or some place that I live now. And this one was in a completely different state, and I'm just like, okay. And then I thought maybe they're going to ask for a refund the next day or something. So I was kind of,
holding your
tempering my
breath,
excitement. But that purchase seems to be holding. So I have my first sale for the year, and it's at double the price of normal. So that's exciting. Which makes me wonder, I want to talk to that person and say, what made you want it? Because I want to tell other people.
That'd be great.
Yeah, my goals, if you remember from last year, I had a goal of 1 sale per month, as let me try and hit this number that should be attainable. And I managed to squeak by the end of the year with that. And I thought, okay, well, I'll double my sales goal. And so January and February went by with no sales, and part of it was I've done the bare minimum to actually do any promotion. Then I had this itch.io spring sale, and I thought, if I'm going to get any sales, it's going to be now.
Yep.
And so it threw me off that it happened after the sale was over.
Right.
And at full price. So, and here's just an aside. One of the other weird things, I still haven't done enough investigation to figure out what this is. If you're on itch.io and you see a game that's on sale, it tells you the original price and it crosses it off and tells you what the price is, or it tells you, 50% off or whatever it is. And I think the App Store does that too. Google apparently has this policy in some countries where it does not do that. It just shows the new price as the price. And I need to look into that more. I don't know if it's a compliance with a European Union thing or if it's something else, but I think that's bizarre.
I think that's bizarre too.
So anyway, I got my first sale, and so that was the weird thing. I had a very unproductive March, and yet still managed to get a sale out of it.
Yeah.
And then my other outcome that I want is increasing my mailing list subscribers, and so far that's also behind, but my goal for that is kind of the same thing from last year. It was getting 1 new subscriber each month, and I did not hit that the year before, so I just kept the same goal this year, and so far I have 2 new subscribers, no unsubscribes, and that's not bad. And I want to say one of them came from the Indie Tavern last month, so thanks. And
no unsubscribes in you've sent stuff.
I actually have a newsletter that I meant to send one last week, but I'm still.
I haven't wound up sending anything on my newsletter for a long while. I'm going to try doing that, I think, tomorrow, or at least sometime next week. And I expect some unsubscribes because that's usually when they would unsubscribe. Otherwise, they're just sitting there without knowing they're on the list, I guess. But yeah, I would expect it to drop a little bit next week. I haven't done anything to build it in years, and I'm still trying to figure out how. The couple things I did try to do during Accelerate the Tropics was just dumb. I tried putting in the demo basically a little temple that you could explore to, and when you get there, you could go to Discord or the mailing list, and
Okay.
I got absolutely 0 on both of those because, well, no one went exploring in the demo, or it was just way too hard to get there, and yeah, I don't know. So for my income, expenses, and time on, what month was it? March. I keep jumping into April because we've already been in April for a month. That's
how it feels.
what's throwing me off right now, or a week. Yeah, we've already been in April for a whole week. It feels like a month. Yeah. So my income was $723. Most of that came from interest from the Runway account, and Twitch actually brought some. But I did get a Steam payout from my games.
Nice.
That's, I think, the first Steam payout from game sales this year, which is great. I was $106 from there, which is just barely over the payment threshold, but it worked. I have been on every Steam sale that I can possibly get on, which was the spring sale, and I put Accelerate on sale every 3 weeks, or whatever their minimum was, 6 weeks, 7 weeks. I don't remember what their minimums are, but effectively their little thing allows you to see when you can put it on sale the next time, and I just keep that going. So income seeming okay, probably one of my better months. Expenses was actually a good month for expenses. I only spent $270 on business stuff, but that wound up being $1,500 once you add in my cost of living too, because indie devs need to eat and live and heat, internet, all the good stuff. And in total, I spent 128 hours on my adventure. Most of that being the Snailed It prototype. A little bit of specific stuff for stream, and the business review stuff was about 15 hours. That's a little lower than I'd like. You might realize that 40 hours a week for 4 weeks would be 160 hours spent. So 128 hours, and I'm full-time here. That's not quite even a full-time job, which is a little low for me. But the issues that I've been dealing with are still kind of going on, and I'm trying to get that under control, but I think I'm in the valley of despair for my entire adventure.
Yes. We talked about that, yeah.
Yeah, so I've definitely heard of it as a thing for projects, and I've definitely felt it even in a game jam sized project. You can feel the valley of despair, but I think I'm actually in it for the whole adventure, realizing, like, I went in knowing it's hard, but having been here for 2 years, it's like, yeah, it's still hard. And it kind of gets to you after a while. You just gotta keep struggling, and eventually you'll get on the other side of this valley. You'll climb back up. At least that's my hope. Where else do we want to go?
Well, I can say, like I mentioned, like it kind of being an unproductive month for me, and I have my hours here.
Yep.
So I'll come to compare. January, I did 33 and a half hours of game development that I tracked. In February, I had 31 and a half. But for March, it was less than 20.
Yep.
Now, what I did start doing in March, partly from the conversation in the chat from the Indie Tavern, was I actually started tracking things like how long does it take me to do my video devlog. That's something I didn't track before.
Yep.
One time I did just time myself and found that, okay, I can write the script and record like various bits of the video and get that done in an hour. And then I can do the recording. And that's usually, I do no edits. Like I just literally am clicking to say, show the next clip, and I'm talking over it. And that's like, these are short videos that are about like on the order of 4 minutes. And then I upload it. But I started tracking the time I spent on that, and I did one video at the beginning of March that took me an hour and a half from start writing the script to recording it to uploading it and getting it up there and everything. Everything took an hour and a half.
Really good time.
Well, again, these are 4-minute videos, right? If I was doing a full stream or something, that might be different. I didn't do anything for the rest of the month because, my cat died and all that. But once I started getting back into things, like that took like 1 hour and 45 minutes to make the next video. And from this, it made me think, and these are to keep in mind, I'm doing this weekly devlog where the amount of time I'm putting in works out to, like on a good week, it's 7 hours or so. And that's like a day of, let me tell you what I did in the course of a day. And so there isn't really a lot of information to provide. And it still takes me a good chunk of time, relatively, to make that video. So it made me think, maybe instead of doing a weekly devlog video, which I did partly as let me give people another place they can find out about my games. Maybe I'll do it every 2 weeks. So I'm cutting back. I didn't do a video this week, or this last week, and so I'm going to do one for this coming week.
I was actually wondering about that, since I knew you were going to try tracking it and seeing, and I wanted to bring that up, but it seems like you had already kind of thought that maybe cutting that in half would be a thing that would save some of your time. Give me a moment. We just got raided with the Dev Dad. How are you and your turtles? We are doing an indie tavern, which is a business review of our prospective indie adventures and going through our goals, the money we made or spent, and a couple other things along the way, the lessons learned. And thanks for the raid, and enjoy this. Speaking of lessons learned, do you have any big takeaways from March?
Well, I think kind of dovetailing into what we were just talking about, I am trying to be more mindful of the things I spend my time on. So the video development takes a while, and I'm thinking, well, maybe it'd be more effective if I just do that once every couple weeks, which also then allows me to show more interesting things each time, maybe.
Right.
And then the other thing was, I remember somebody in the chat was talking about how I do this like weekly review and how much time I would spend on that when I don't need to. And I think you and I have talked about it since, but I guess just to be clear, I checked my own time on that because I don't track the time I spend on that. But I did check just to see, like, okay, how much time do I spend on my review? My reviews aren't like your review where you're, might be spending quite a bit of time detailing a bunch of things.
Right.
Mine's kind of more like a summary of the week in terms of, because every day I also talk about like what happened yesterday, and it's kind of like this little paragraph of just, woke up at this time, this is how I felt, this is what I did, this is where I spent some time and where I was frustrated with this, and then by the end of the week, what I do is I track kind of like a summary of how all that went and how I might have felt it went in terms of and it includes other things like I'm a parent, and how do I feel I'm doing as a parent is one of the things I write down. So it's not just business, but these are just short little diary entries for the most part. Like so it's not like I'm doing this massive review every Saturday morning, but it's a little short review of my week and what accomplishments I've made. So usually the accomplishments list is like I published 2 blog posts. Maybe I, for 1 week I might have sent out a newsletter, published a video, bought a book or read a book or whatever. Various things like that. And and I think that's fine in terms of lessons learned. Like I don't think I'm spending too much time on that. A while ago, I used to do my update my finances every Saturday, and that was the kind of thing where I cut back on not doing that so frequently because nothing's happening with my finances. Like it's like I can spend way less time updating my finances in a given month and come out the same, right? Like I just every so often I'm like, oh, it turns out I maybe got a payment from Google. I didn't realize this was coming. Or I basically was checking my credit card statements every week for a long time just to make sure that I was on top of things. And then I realized like I don't need to follow it that closely. I don't spend that much and I don't make that much. So I cut back on that a while ago. But my weekly review I think is still very helpful just to kind of reset, like here's how this last week went, and then I think about the coming week. And so in terms of lessons learned, like cutting back on video devlog time seems good. Other things I think I'm going to keep going with.
Yep. I think basically the overall mindset is just being mindful of where you're spending your time and if it was worthwhile or not. I think I also kind of felt that, at least with your tracking the finances, I definitely used to do it a lot faster myself. Probably even every couple of days, I'd go look at the bank account and update my indie career tracker to keep like, I don't know, vigilant eyes on what's happening with the money and everything. But like anytime money came in, I'd go put it in my sheet and deal with it almost instantly, which I guess gives you the instant picture. But as of the last few years, it's been, nah, you can wait until the review day and then just like consolidate it all at once. And then you have your picture as well as the review time and everything. For the lessons I learned in March, it's basically that the Valley of Despair applies to more than just projects. So like I had mentioned, it has happened during game jams and other game dev projects that I've done, but it can also be more than that. It can be the whole adventure. Like it's not really a project in itself, but it is still something that you can be stuck in the Valley of Despair in, or at least it's very relatable to that same type of feeling. I've also been trying to stream on YouTube and Twitch. That's been a change that I've made this last about 2 weeks ago now. I'm not doing so good at reading the YouTube chat, but also YouTube chat is very, very slow. So it's kind of like a little bit of a chicken and egg problem, and a little bit of if I'm going to do this long term, I need to put in some more support for me to be able to pay attention to it. Like something will need change if I'm going to stick with this. And two other big takeaways were that I need to make smaller changes in my tech stack when I'm in between projects. I made way too big of a change from the last project to this one, and effectively it's still got a lot more time to cook. Like I kind of rushed some of those changes and they're not quite finished, which is been a little bit of what's keeping Snailed It behind the schedule I wanted it to be on. So that has led me to change to use Godot during the development of Snailed It. I'm hoping that's going to be a good business decision and keep things hopefully on the same timeline, but we'll see what winds up happening there. And in a reflection of my first Godot stream, backseat development, because I'm a streamer, can be frustrating. This has kind of always been known, but it was more of, I was basically reviewing how that day went in my head, and chat was definitely trying to be helpful and was definitely helpful in pointing things out to me that I didn't already know, right? Like, because I'm learning, I don't know these things, and that is useful, but it also doesn't give me the critical thinking that I need in order to find it on my own. I was literally just following some instructions at that point, and that kind of kept me from doing what I what I needed to be thinking about. So those are just some things to keep in mind as I continue learning Godot next week. Do you have any reflections on how things went with meeting expectations, or what you would do differently than March, or even your next month's goals, like what goals you have in April?
Yeah, so I think last time I talked about this too, but I have a challenge where I'm really good at plodding along, right? I got my game development quota that I try to hit, and it's relatively low, but it's regular.
Yeah.
And these days I feel really good if I hit 2 hours in a day. If I could do 1 hour, that's like kind of like I wish I could do more, but at least I did an hour. But even if I don't do that, I do something, and that's fine when I've got like a regular thing that I'm working on, and I can do that for apparently years. What I am less good about, and they're things I've done to try and accommodate for it, is the non-routine stuff. And we've talked about that before, but like one of my actual goals for this year is to create some actual search engine optimization activities and actually work on those. And those are not like regular habit kind of things. It's kind of more like, here's a thing I'm going to do. I'm going to tweak my website this way, or I'm going to maybe modify my itch.io page or Google Play page. Like, these are optimizations to make so that people find it in whatever way. And that takes like me spending time away from my regular game development time. I need to actually like set aside time for it. And so what's fun is Saturday is supposed to have blocked out time on my calendar for promotion. There's an hour I dedicate to promotion time because I figure I don't do enough of that, so I should at least dedicate time to it. And then there's another hour I dedicate toward what I call Saturday morning non-routine improvements. And so the problem is that Saturday sometimes gets away from me in terms of I wake up late. So then I'm spending the time I would have been in those hour blocks doing the other things I was doing before that point, like exercise or whatever. But then also there's usually family obligations or something like that. And so like, for instance, this past weekend, my son's high school had an event. And so rather than being home in my pajamas like I usually am on Saturday, we had to get out the door relatively early. And that kind of, disrupted the rest of the day in terms of that. So my non-routine stuff doesn't happen as often. And that's the kind of thing that I need to make happen more, because it's one thing to do game development, but nobody knows about it. And so whatever things I can do to improve that by getting it out there, that was the point of making the videos. That was the point of me trying to participate in various social media things, was just to see if I can get the word out, basically.
Right.
And I've been pretty bad about Screenshot Saturday. I've been, which is mainly for developers rather than players, but I figure somebody might be paying attention to those and might see them. Maybe I'll gain some followers or whatever. But the main thing is like, it kind of also gives me the fodder to say, like, here, I made something and this is what this is how I'm going to try and pitch it. This is how I'm selling it. And it helps me refine that over time. But if every week I don't do that, is a missed opportunity, right? So that's the challenge there.
Did you have any?
I make that time.
So you're talking about the prodding along. Did you have any goals of, or I guess maybe you don't. Maybe you're saying that you don't make goals for the time. You just keep on plotting.
Oh, Yeah, so I think one reason why I don't do it is because I don't have I don't have like that list. I
Right.
think that was the case I said last time too. I don't have that list of I'm just going to grab this thing and work on that.
Right. Yeah.
And so what I should do is use that time to make that list. And for some reason, making that list has been this obstacle. And
Yep.
I literally just need to sit down and do it. And I think for me, what I need to do, and I didn't do it this past week, is that I focus on that instead of game development for a day, where that is what I'm doing for game development is actually, more general development and not specific to my game. And if I can do that, then I will. What I will probably end up doing is I'll probably knock out like, here's a list of 10 things I could work on, and then be like, I could do that one right now, and then knock out one of them. And it would just be the kind of thing where it's like, wow, I spent 5 minutes making that list, and the last couple months I could have had this list, but I didn't.
Yeah.
So that's my
That's how
my
it goes
anticipation,
sometimes.
is that this week I'm hoping to make that list and then have easy going for the rest of the year.
Okay. Well, as far as my end, my month didn't meet my expectations at all. I mean, we kind of already touched on the 128 hours is less than a full-time job, which I definitely have higher expectations than that of myself, and usually I'm good at it, so I'm trying not to beat myself up. I think overall I'm well above a average full-time job, but and I didn't really move much closer to financial freedom, but I'm also not losing money as badly as I would expect. Every now and then a month will look worse than this one, and every now and then it'll look better than this one, so kind of balances out. I'm about average right here. And so for the next month, I did start my 15-minute walks last month, and I was doing pretty good. I didn't do 20 of them like I had set aside. I wanted to do 20. I'm not going to set a particular number. I'm just going to try continuing the regular habits that I've built. If it's a kind of rough day outside, I don't go. If I really don't feel like it, I don't go. But
no, you made a goal.
Yeah, but I do try going outside most days to take the walk, and I've been doing fairly good at most days. I'll go take my walk. And I think that's a reasonable thing to keep on going. And it would be better to have a measured target here, but I think as long as I can stay honest with most days I reasonably went out and took a walk, that'll be good. This month, I'd also like to find a mentor, somebody to throw some business ideas around with and see if I can't find ways to get more money while still meeting the rest of my goals. Just even to have a contact and other thoughts bounced around would be great. We talked about that a little bit last month, but I didn't do anything on it. It was just kind of discussions. And then most of the rest of the month is going to be spent building my skills with Godot, or using Godot to build Snailed It, and trying to figure out whether it's going to be a multiplayer or single player game. And that's basically what my April will look like. I mean, we're already 7 days into April, so we only got 3 weeks. And yeah, the next Indie Tavern should be on May 5th. We could do it on April 28th, because that's also kind of doing this whole 1 week is gone type of situation, but I think May 5th will be the next Indie Tavern.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll say, like, to kind of follow up on that, the idea of like this past first week of April for me, I did 10.25 hours of game development, which is really good. Last time I did over 10 hours was in January. But then I was writing down at the end of the week, I'm like, but I also didn't do any of the other things. Like, I don't have any of the non-routine stuff done. So, like, should I feel good about this? Should I feel good that every so often I would think I hit 7 hours and it's like, oh, maybe I should spend the rest of the week, that I would be doing game development on this other non-routine stuff. And I don't do that because it's just easier to keep doing the game development. So I mean, that's something I feel like I need to figure out is like what, yes, it's great to get more hours in when I can, but I also am not doing any hours in this other thing that I think is important, and I probably should treat it that way as more important. So
Yep.
that's my preview of April, and we'll see if I just say the same thing again next time.
Sometimes that happens, and we gotta just not beat ourselves up too bad while still trying to find ways to push forward. Like my whole wake up routine issue is trying not to beat myself up, just try to figure out how to solve the problem and keep going. But yeah, that's good. I think overall our marches were kind of meh.
Yeah.
I think that's on both of our parts, and hopefully we can make April a little bit better.
To April.
Yeah, to April. Indeed. I think we've got to get closing here, so any last things you want to say on the exit, or let people know where they can find your games and all? I've got the little link in there, so I'll throw that.
Yeah, I guess stay curious, everyone, and don't get a day job, and
Don't get a day job.
Yeah.
Corporate welfare.
Yeah, no, thanks for being here, and
Awesome.
Thanks for inviting me.
Well, thank you very much, and until next time, which will probably be May 5th, have a good one. Good luck.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Enjoy. Okay. No one can hear you, but they can hear me. Show us how to eat a gallon of ice cream. I am not going to do that. Although, it was hilarious. I almost died laughing that day. There was this kid who was on stream, and I was in his stream. I'm hanging out on his stream. And he's talking about the story about how much ice cream he used to eat, and how he almost gets sick all the time from eating too much ice cream to beat his dad, and like ice cream challenges. So basically I'm like, yeah, I'll challenge you to ice cream. We should do that on stream sometime. Both of us streaming, and whoever stops eating ice cream first is going to lose. And he's like starting to talk this up and like really bragging about how amazing he's going to be and how I'm going to get destroyed. So he doesn't think that that's a good idea for me. And it comes up to, I've eaten a whole pint of ice cream in one sitting. And I just died. I just died on the floor. I was laughing so hard. A pint of ice cream, that's 2 cups. Meanwhile, I have eaten 1 gallon of ice cream in one sitting. That was a really long sitting, but I've eaten 1 gallon of ice cream in one sitting. I was eating half a gallon in one sitting fairly often. And this kid was just like going on and on about how he's so amazing at eating ice cream. He didn't know what he was up against. Nope. He had no idea. Needless to say, the challenge never happened. But, challenge on to anyone that wants to challenge me at ice cream. Yep, I was muted. That's what happens when I push the button. Thank you, Wayne, for the follow, and Simonot got the muted first. So thanks, Simonot, for letting me know I was being an idiot and muted. Yeah. Good stuff. Okay, well, few people are still in ads, so I'm just gonna kind of chill out for the next minute or so while those things are still going on. And we're gonna wrap up my business review because we still got the summary. I would like to figure out this risks thing. I don't know if we need exactly the top 10, but come up with the top some number of risks that we're identifying right now, either project or adventure, like the whole career related. And then we got to write up the summary. The summary shouldn't take all that long to write, but once we got that written, I think we're going to jump into the racing stream and go do some racing practice. So another 60 seconds of ads. Boo. I got raided. That was cool. Thank you, DevDad and Turtles, for the raid. I hope you guys enjoyed that segment of stream. Of course, most of you are probably still in those ads too, so that's cool. March was another sleepy month. Sleepy month where I couldn't wake up. Or I had issues getting out of bed in the morning. Not from a lack of sleep, even being too tired. It's a really weird problem. I may seek professional help if I need to. I'd really prefer not to if we don't need to. Okay, ads are done. Thank you, DevDad, for the raid. I'm guessing you're gone by now, but you guys are basically checking out the business review of the month. If you have any questions or thoughts about making indie games as a business or as a career or whatever, let me know. I will be happy to answer what I can. So, risks. Risks is money, running out of money. That's like the biggest risk I could. I mean, that's effectively what all the risks will boil down to, right? Running out of the runway. Die. So, what is the biggest risks that are keeping me from making money? I'd say one of them is marketing experience. Lack of marketing experience. The way I don't exactly know if this is what this whole thing is for, but it's the way my brain thinks. You find a risk, and the way I'm mitigating this is mitigating by releasing more smaller games versus one simulator or game, if you wish. That is definitely what I feel like is mitigating that risk. I'm not going to give us a specific number. I'm just going to say the top risks. What are the top risks? Why the indie career or Snailed It project might fail. Running out of money for the indie adventure, lack of marketing experience, that would be for both. Risks for Snailed It. I mean, there's a risk the collaboration could fall apart. I don't know if it's actually a huge one or one that should be on the top risks. Biggest risk there is kind of sorted. Snail scoots about pretty well. Snailed can't cause you to run out of money, right? I mean, if I spent all of my time, the rest of my time on Snailed it could, but it shouldn't. I don't see see that being a huge risk. The core physicsy gameplay thing is working. Just need to finalize the movement and build the other pieces. I would say the risk is that, right? Risk in Snailed It is still... Snailed It risk. Snailed It finding the fun environments slash world building, tracks, world building for Snailed It. It's definitely a big risk in Snailed It still. We still have a bit of a question. Yeah, moving feels fine, but that doesn't give you everything Snailed It needs. And I don't know if we've solved this particular part of the problem yet. What are the top risks? Why? Yep, I'm definitely liking this question. I don't know if we need to... I don't know if it's going to be something that's going to be a... And we're going to ask it every month, at least for now. But I have a feeling that after a few months of actually putting thought into it, we might just wind up with, here's a couple patterns, and we just keep with those patterns. We don't really pay attention to it, which would be a problem. I definitely think it's a good thing to keep our eye on this. But once we list out a few risks, I feel like we'll just be recycling them, and our eye on it won't be as strong or as good. I suspect... how do I want to put that? Like, the moving to Godot is going to keep... It's going to reduce some of the risk in Snailed It. It's going to shift other pieces of it and... removes the risk from it. I don't know if it's as worthwhile making it multiplayer. Like, part of Snailed It being multiplayer, even if Snailed It itself didn't do great, which I'm certainly hoping it does, but even if it didn't, I will have had multiplayer game proven in... Yes, multiplayer was a must when it was building it in my technology stack. When it's not in my technology stack, I don't find it a must. That's something we're going to explore over kind of the next week or two, and by the end of April, I want to have an answer whether we're going to make Snailed It multiplayer or not. We need to find value of it being... That seems to be a kind of skewed... No. That's a long-term reason to have multiplayer versus a short-term. There's different things going on. Also, the other reason why we were doing the must-have multiplayer is to have a potential chance at the opportunity that we were talking about that doesn't seem like that's happening. So there's multiple reasons not to go through the complexity of multiplayer. Which literally means, is multiplayer actually going to be like a requirement of the game? I don't feel like it is, but we need to sort that out. That's That's something we're still trying to discover. I don't know what the risk is here, though, but it definitely shifted risks or changed it. Here's one of the reasons why I haven't liked Snailed not moving needles for Racing Simulator / Dream Project / Tire Bites. The last one is unless it makes money. Tire Bite, it could move a needle on Tire Bites if it makes money. But it's not moving the needles towards the Racing Simulator or Dream Project in a meaningful manner anymore. Having switched to Go. Snailed it in Godot. Not moving needles for Racing Simulator or the Dream Project. Or even Tire Lights long. Well, I guess you could say. Can you just be down here where you're out of my way? Thank you. Let's just leave it as Dream Project. Unless it brings income. Less profitable. Highly profitable at that. Snailed it in Godot is not moving needles for the Dream Project. That is definitely a risk. I think that's what I was trying to find with my networking multiplayer stuff. Now we're supposed to prioritize this. While this is a risk, and that is not a way to minimize it at all, I don't think this is the highest risk right now. It is a long-term risk. My lack of marketing experience is a pretty big risk. I think right now this is one of my biggest risks in my head. This one is also a pretty big one. Finding the fun environments, tracks, or world building for Snailed It. Finding the value and fun. Anyone else see any other risk that I'm not? First one is the exact same category as running out of money. This one? No, it's not. Not at all. This one is, if a game doesn't make money, it's a risk. Same thing. That's no. This is where you and I are differing a lot on our opinions. But here's the thing: Snailed it in Ice and Turtle Brains. If it didn't make enough money to pay back its things, I still got needles moved for the Dream Project. Things improved in my tech stack and for the long term. it's not doing that anymore. It's proven out, like any bugs I fix that players have in Snailed It when it's in my tech stack gets fixed for potentially other games. That all moves me forward, even if it's not profitable. The only way Snailed It can move the needle for the Dream Project is through money. Yeah, I got that the wording is a little bit... I see where you can get there from the wording. This is the word that needs to be... Snailed It is no longer contributing to future games. Correct. No longer contributing. My engine tech stack. The Dream Project / future games. Unless profitable. I agree with what you're saying. Okay. Is that a better way to word for it? I mean, I guess it still doesn't even do it right or wrong the first time. Contributes to your own experience instead of. Oh, it definitely contributes to my experiences, as I'll get some Godot experience. Yes. This is the thing that is currently rubbing me the wrong way in the way that I don't like my decision, but I'm sticking with the decision. It's going to be fine. It is a smarter choice for this particular moment in time. It's easy to see that. The other option is to halt probably 2 months and then let those things cook, and at that I lose other things. Anyway, finding the value and fun of environments, that's definitely another risk. Lack of marketing experience, that is definitely one of my risks. Probably higher than running out of money. I think having 3 to 4 years of runway gives us enough time to to figure that out before we get there. So I don't think that's the highest risk. Anyway, we at least spent some time on this. I don't want to make it... I want to be thinking critically on that for a while, not just one day. I hate even thinking about marketing. I've been able to get over that portion because I definitely used to hate even the concept or thinking about it. But once I started putting it into the mindset, or once I started thinking about it differently, and instead thinking about it as this game is gonna bring joy to somebody and that person just needs to know about it. How do I reach that person? That is definitely a way better way to do it. Like, there is somebody out there that would like what Snailed It is. That would have true actual, like, this game was made for me. It's amazing. There is somebody out there. We need to know who that person is. We need to reach them and tell them that it exists. They will get joy out of it. We don't need to tell the world. We need to tell that person and other people like them. That has shifted my entire mindset on marketing and made it a lot more bearable. Not from a lack of sleep or even being too tired. It occurred to me I am likely in the Valley of Despair. For the entire... See, this is why I like doing the summary before the whole Indie Tavern thing. We kind of just did the summary during Indie Tavern, so why do you guys want me to do it again? It's rough. It really is, but... Yeah, let's just get the summary written and we're done with this. It occurred to me that I'm likely in the Valley of Despair for the entire adventure. Which I didn't realize. Anything from YouTube? Oh, there is. Hal from YouTube. I'm sorry. Hal, you still around? Just give me a quick yes if you are, and I'll go ahead and read and try to answer all of your things. Otherwise, I might have waited too long, and... yeah. But if you are still around, I will put the effort in. I ignored YouTube turtles. I need to stop doing that. What is the Valley of Despair? So often when you start a new project or a new thing, you like get all excited about it. You're doing all of, like, it's really easy to see all the changes real quick, right? Like you start climbing up this nice little mountain, everything is good, your interest level is high, stress levels are low, you're having fun. And then as you get to this, like, as you keep going, things start getting a little harder and harder. And even if at first you had realized they were going to be hard, you had the excitement to get you through that. But eventually you wind up in the depth of the valley. And you're realizing that there's still so much more to do. It's probably harder than you initially thought. Even if you thought it was hard, it just, the feelings get multiplied. They get magnitude, right? Magnitude. There was a word I was looking there that wasn't quite the same thing. Anyway. And if you keep going, eventually you climb back out to the other magnified. That's the word I was going for. It was that magnitude whatever earthquake that hit me the other day. Yeah, magnified is the word. So you come out on the other end and yeah, you just gotta keep pushing through it. It's not easy to push through, but it's a thing. A lot of people will drop things during that period of time and they don't get through on the other side. It's almost in every creative endeavor, at least that I've kind of taken a part in. Even in a game jam, you'll notice on most game jams, about 4 to 8 hours or even 12 hours in, my motivation and everything just plummets to like the absolute floor. And then by the end of it, it's like, oh, this was good. At least usually. Sometimes I kind of let it drop on the floor and just close it as is, but yeah. I wish that I had saved personality thing. Godot, in theory, should help with that, as many of those problems get smaller. I don't think it's about the size of the problems, but Shiksoda doesn't get that much. Interesting. I wish I didn't get this much. Smaller or less difficult. It occurred to me that I'm in the Valley of Despair for the entire adventure, which I didn't realize was possible. I didn't realize it was possible. It seems to make sense. Seems to click in my head. Seems to resonate. Anyway, what else do we got? March. Now that progress was slow, but also steady. There were many problems solved. Separate. I don't know if this was strictly at the beginning of March, but I'm going to go with it. A separate. Your Valley of Despair reads like mild depression. It could very well could be. Very well could be. Like the kind that takes just some figuring out. Can we figure it out already? A separate prototype was made in Godot by Shake Soda. Who was trying to get to figure out what the environment, world, or tracks would be like. I've been importing this almost as is into my tech stack, my engine / tech stack. Ran into a handful of problems. Some known and others unknown. Some known, right. Some were expected. Some were expected. Some were solved fairly easily. But the snail being moving differently from a race car. I feel like the problems were expected, but not their depth. I would say there were definitely some problems that were deeper than expected. I would also say that some of the problems weren't expected at all. At least their location, I suppose. Like the fact that we didn't have the way the sphere and box was acting different from sphere to mesh wasn't expected. Wasn't that hard of a thing to solve, but I mean, it took us a couple hours. Man, that particular day, I was on top of it. If I could develop like that every day, I would not even care if it was a 6-hour day. If I could do that 6 hours every day, I would be. Oh, that was amazing. I don't know. I was making connections that I don't normally. Those fixes were definitely useful for later. Yes, those ones were absolutely useful for this or future projects. But by moving out of Godot, we stopped making any of those advancements. That's what that other thing was. It's not. Yeah, I don't know why you're convinced of that. The other day, we solved some ridiculous problems in, like... I've been a lot more productive in general in the last few months for reasons. Some were expected, some were solved fairly easily. But the snail moving differently from a race car, requiring different physics related to my health. Okay. reasons work. Requiring different physics. My engine lacks. So it's solvable, but would take more time and effort in a direction most Tire Bites games wouldn't take advantage of. Instead, we pivoted to making Snailed It directly in Godot. I'll spend the first week or so. We're already halfway into April. Spend a week or so learning Godot and how to navigate, create things for production. We'll be halfway once Ludum Dare's finished. We're already a quarter into April. How was that? Better wording? See my mindset here? It's okay, I kept saying that this review was April, like April's already over. You have no idea how much I've tried doing that today. So many times have I tried being like, well, we're reviewing April. We're not reviewing April yet. I'll spend a week or so learning Godot and how to navigate and create things for a production. And create a game in a production-like test. And then use it also for Ludum Dare 55. I'll be doing stuff in the background until then at least, which has got to be helpful. Yes, that is helpful. Production-like test, and then use it also for Ludum Dare 55 before jumping, we already said directly, dude. Jumping back to Snailed It. To hit the ground running. Like a race, you know? Like a race. Feelings or other things this month. I did begin walking most days, although I didn't count. Thank you, SX, for the follow. Appreciate that.
We're going for a ride.
Yeah, how wasn't there in YouTube? I've actually been keeping an eye on that. Unfortunately, no further thing there. But they said a bunch of stuff. But yeah, you considered they were talking about when we were discussing how Snailed It wasn't moving Tire Bites forward in tech stack stuff ways. You considered using GitHub for projects. Yeah, we're gonna be using GitHub for, I don't know if we're gonna be doing it for tickets and stuff, but maybe. We are definitely, the project, that project has moved over to GitHub, and right now it's the only project there, and we're gonna have to solve that other problem later. The problems are definitely stacking on top of each other over there, but It is. I did begin walking most days, although I didn't count them. And certainly didn't meet the goal of 20 specific. Currently moving too actively for tickets right now, but it makes sense. Yeah. It certainly didn't meet the goal of 20 specific days. Meet the specific goal of 20 days. But it has been good to move. To move. It's probably been better than that, but it has felt good to it's felt like a good part of my day. Good part of my day. Yep, there's that. Bad weather will keep me indoors. And I think that is okay. What else goes into the summary right now? I'm struggling to match even 40 hours a week on a regular basis. I mean, we did one week that had like 50 something hours. We did really good. And then we dropped the ball again, and then we picked it back up, and then that just tends to be what's happening right now, and I'm getting tired of it, but I'm also trying not to beat myself up too bad. Not so good at that. Which tends to make me beat myself up. Some of which is intended to make better patterns. I also need to be careful I don't make the problem worse. And I don't think I'm making the problem worse, but worse by getting too negative. So 128 hours, a whole month. It should be about 160. It's a little disappointing. That's what I want to say about that. April is here. Let's move forwards. Let's move forward. Make it an awesome month. The moon. The sun will be mooned. Oh, wait, that's tomorrow, isn't it? Damn. It's okay. Don't worry. Reddit would not let me forget that it's tomorrow. I am actually tired of looking at Reddit right now, because the only thing that keeps popping up in my feed for our Vermont is everybody complaining about this damn eclipse. Like, just, there's probably been 1,000 posts just yesterday alone. None of them strictly going places. Like, they all get 5-10 comments, but it's like, we've heard it. We got it. People are gonna get stuck. Like, it's been said. Some of the things you're asking and worrying about at this point are really just wow. Sun will be mooned. I'll take the afternoon to go watch it. Be so. You guys want to moon the sun? Okay, that's my business review. Yay, we finished. It's just before 11 a.m. The race starts at 1 p.m. I am going to go grab food. Do you guys want me to raid the racing channel? I'm going to be practicing for a little less than 2 hours, and then we race for 3. We're going to the port, and we're going to Road America in the Porsche. So it's going to be the same track. I should raid. Okay. I'm going to raid over there. I'm going to take my lunch break because I need food. And after about a 15 to 20 minute lunch break, which I'll play my little indie adventure thing on that channel. Actually, I should probably play it here and then raid over. I don't want somebody to come over here thinking I'm going to be doing game dev. Yeah, problems. So many problems. Okay.